And welcome. It is Friday. It is trial. Well, half day trial, as it's been the entire week except Monday. So we will get to today's trial. We just have to finish off Wednesday, Thursday, and then we will catch up. If you don't think we will catch up, remember Judge Glanville late, comfort breaks. Prosecution will do some shady stuff. They will have to look for papers they may or may not have sent. Yeah, we will catch up. But the one thing is, after we are done with the last hour of Wednesday, what happened on Thursday is I've never heard of it. I think it's appalling to have a Daubert hearing in front of the jury. It's absolutely mind-blowing to see the judge allowing that. But we will get there. We just have to do the finishing part of Wednesday first. All right. Welcome, folks. It's Friday, and it's trial day. Welcome to the show. All right, let's get this party started. Well, it's 6 p.m. here. Don't be surprised if I get a beer at some point. But we are all here for me. No. For this. Let's get Mr. Jingles here. Okay. This is directly after lunch. Well, after a break on Wednesday. Hello, Aussie. Rare Aussie. 203 here. Yeah, it's already tomorrow in make-believe land. Biliano says, Indiana, we chat yesterday. Yeah, I mean, there are some trials out there, both classic and some new, that are the polar opposite of this cluster F of a trial. Oh, hello. Look who's here. It's Mr. Jingles. Say hello to your fans, Mr. Jingles. Hello. Oh, he looks so happy when I do this. Yeah, you get seated over there. Yeah. Kitty. Yes. But, okay. Let's move with the trial. I'm going to play this in 1.25 at first. If it's too slow, I will go up to 1.5 speed. And hello over at Rumble. Hi, Slidey Pie. Hi, Ghostory. And hello over at the Twitter/X. Remember, hit the thumbs up, the heart, and yeah, you know the drill. You know the drill.
All right, is the state's next witness outside, madam?
Yes.
All right, okay. Are jurors present, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Madam,
Will the court address the matter that we requested consideration for?
in terms of what, madam?
The next witness image and
I don't remember who was that with.
Madam.
So it's a witness who doesn't want to be seen. Yep.
All right, Ms. Love, go ahead. Mr. Adams, and I don't think you can be heard. So could you repeat what you said, please?
I asked that the court allow us to allows the consideration that we requested at the bench before we broke for at least the remainder of today, until such time as the court can hear as it wishes from the witness themselves regarding the concern, or until such time just for today.
Okay. Why we could, okay, this is again, why we couldn't have taken this up at an earlier time, or you couldn't let me know this so I could go ahead and rule upon it earlier?
Your Honor, my,
With all due respect to you, madam, and your witness, you did ask, okay? But at this point in time, I'm inclined no. I'm inclined not to at this point.
Your Honor, would the court allow it to be heard from the witness?
We should have heard that days ago. Has she been threatened, madam?
Again, Judge Glanville says no. Miss Love keeps whining. Now, this is about a witness, but this is also on Miss Love to not bring this up sooner. She could have brought that up Friday, Monday. She could have shot an email. Day 2 of Judge having a spine. Well, I wouldn't say he has grown a spine because he actually haven't done anything yet. He just barks. I'm waiting for bite, not bark.
As I explained at the bench, and I don't want to say a whole lot, but as I explained at the bench, because of the nature of the work that was done and because of the lack of the protection that carrying the shield would normally provide at this point, we were asking for that consideration that was given to a similar witness in her position who was still afforded the protection of the shield. So we asked for that reason because of the extent of the involvement that she had in particularly sensitive matters that she will go into today and that the court can hear before the court makes a decision about the rest of the week. We were asking for that small consideration for the next 30 minutes or however much time we'll be in here today.
Madam, I'm supposed to have a hearing on that. I am. You know that under Rule 22, I'm supposed to have a hearing on that issue.
Your Honor, if there was a media person who was insisting on that, but Your Honor, there's just not, we've talked things over with the media previously about other matters, and they don't have the objections that counsels for various and sundry defendants are leveling. They don't have those objections. So they are the ones with that ability and with that right with respect to Rule 22. And they have not been leveling those objections.
All right.
So
anything further?
no, we're just asking for that consideration.
From the defendants, anything further? Counsels?
Other than what was talked about at the bench.
Hardening guns of caution, Mr. Matthews. I certainly don't want to put anyone in the particular position of being targeted. And I believe that
This witness.
for this particular witness, I believe that that is a grave concern.
Oh yeah, this is this so-called gang expert on Wednesday already?
Given her involvement. So I'm gonna err on the side of caution over your objection. I'm gonna allow her to her face not to be shown, but she can be videoed. She can be audioed to that extent. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Summon your witness. Oh, hold on. Wait 1 second.
Can I do that?
What is it, Mr. Steele? I'm sorry.
Sure. I just wanted to perfect my objection to the Daubert hearing not being held.
I thought you did that at the bench.
No, we took the break. Not we. You.
No, I thought you did that before we took the break,
No.
because you did say about why you objected, and you asked me to have a Daubert hearing. I told you that given the citation I was given, and you cited to me Harris, in terms of your position, it was the court's position taking a look at United States versus Ware, that the Daubert hearing was not necessarily required, that the state still would have to prove the foundation as to
Yeah. Here's the thing with the Daubert hearings. Never in front of jury. It's no. And here's the next thing. The state, before this one, had 5 other gang experts already proffered. This is gang expert number 6 in one trial. How this is not considered, I mean, bolstering, I don't know. They already have 5 gang expert already proffered, and the state brings in number 6. I need to wait at least a half hour before I do all the fun words.
the requirements and admissibility in the court's gatekeeping function. And I'm sure that if they don't prove that, you will ask me to exclude that witness before you have an opportunity, and you'll still have the ability to vote on
If
that
this
witness.
judge
And I just simply,
would
just on the record.
exclude a
Yes,
witness.
absolutely. But I wanted to let you know, that's what I heard at the bench. So what else did you did not tell me?
Okay, so I think you know, we discussed at the bench, it wasn't me, but there's no report that I have from Detective
Okay,
Davis.
we took up that already as well.
Just this one.
Okay, and the report issue was that this witness does not have a report. I know that you've objected in the past that there should be a report. If a report winds up being tendered, I will certainly
If this expert doesn't have a report, why isn't she there? Why? Oh, thank you, Nana Misty, for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much. It went to Shenny Graham. It went to Gidelk, Scott's Cat, Norma Stevens, and Emma. Everybody who got one, say thank you to Nana Misty. And you now have you now have access to all my members only content. Yay. Thank you so much, Nana Misty. Thank you so much.
address that on the spot.
Understood. And under your order of Harris versus State, you put it in written order in this case. You said that experts have to have a report. That's what the Supreme Court said. It's not mandated by the statute, but it's a better course, and we encourage that for our trial.
Yes, and you have made that abundantly clear through the experts that have testified who did not have a report. So I've noted your objection, sir.
And that coupled with no CV until today with Detective Gaither.
You have a CV now. You had the opportunity. When did you get it?
Today
What time today did you get it?
or last night.
Are you sure that you didn't?
They got the CV today. Again, this is so ridiculous. The state just hands over. Remember, the judge said on the hearing week a couple of weeks ago, every witness, every piece of evidence must be sent to the defense that you want to apply to that witness the week before. Now they call a completely new expert out of the blue. And they received the CV last night. And the judge, I saw the question earlier about the judge getting a spine. No. This judge has no spine. Now the Supreme Court says something about they don't need a report. It's up to the judge's discretion. But admitting an expert when they got the CV just a few hours ago, it's so infuriatingly stupid. Infuriating. Remember, they have 5 more gang experts. One of them is Detective Twat, I don't remember, Quinn, who is both a fact witness and an expert witness. Unheard of. Those two should always be separated. Either you're a fact witness or you're an expert witness. Don't ever confuse the jury with allowing, because then what will happen is that they know, oh, he's an expert. The judge said so, he's an expert. That means his fact testimony will be regarded as more truthful. That should never happen. But it happens in this trial because Judge Glanville has no spine.
Get it at some time during discovery.
9:04 this morning.
Was it tendered during discovery at any point in time on behalf of the state?
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were talking.
State, was it tendered at,
I cannot say, sir.
tell me what date it was tendered.
And that's what we're trying to see. We're looking right now, Your Honor.
Then
It is a single page, and it is the document that they do have now.
That's not the point.
And I know that I'm looking for what the court is asking for, and Your Honor, I'm looking at. It may have been.
May have. No, here's the thing.
may I make
The second she says, I don't know, off she bleeps. Off she bleeps, not a witness anymore. If the prosecutor is this ill prepared, it's an off you. Sorry, it's an off you motion. Off you F. Off you F.
Do 2 more points, Judge?
As she's thinking, yes.
Just for clarity. And then we are, as opposed to United States versus Ware, which was cited by the state, we are challenging qualifications and reliability and helpfulness. And the reason I say that is because in Ware itself, this may not be an exact quote, but it's very close. Daubert hearings may be helpful in complicated cases involving multiple experts. Same section.
Multiple experts, but go on. You have to also, multiple scientific experts.
Well, in this case, I have multiple experts, and we're going to have the blending potentially of a fact witness and an expert witness. And you already said we're not doing that. We have to have a demarcation. It's just a lot.
This judge said, we're not having that. And yet, they already have one. He's already a fact witness and a gang expert. It's so stupid.
Of information, and I don't know what the expert is going to do that's in addition to and not cumulative of people you've qualified over objection. Detective Dennis, Detective Viverito, or Investigator Viverito, Detective Belknap, who testified, and Detective Underwood.
Yeah, Belknap, not Quinn. Detective Belknap is both a fact witness and an expert witness, which is stupid.
So, at some point, to me, we should hear why this is not cumulative, and that's what my objections are. And I appreciate you letting me make the record.
You're welcome, sir. Not a problem. Madam, did you wish to be heard on that last issue, Mr. Steele?
Your Honor, I was just going to say that we've not yet, the jury hasn't heard from anyone except Detective Belknap at this point, and Detective Gaither. We will be clearly demarking and letting the court know at what point we would transition over into anything expert related. My anticipation was today we were not even going to get to that point.
So is the, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
She is specifically here, in addition to giving her background, what her training and experience is. Of course, she has to introduce herself to the jury, but
No,
we
she don't.
specifically are here to engage this witness regarding the Dexter Montgomery shooting that she was.
This, infuriatingly bad. Infuriatingly bad. Why can't the judge? And this is why I still keep saying Judge Glanville has no spine. Judge Glanville has no spine. A judge with an inkling of integrity and ethic would have thrown this kind of crap out of the court in the early stages of this trial. Now we are more than 4.5 months in. It's too late. Yes, Valpel, it is extremely cumulative. And why do they need an expert witness about the Montgomery shooting? Why? Mr. The last snitch, whatever his name was, he, in his plea deal, he pled guilty to gang-related blah, blah, blah. You don't need an expert. It's already in there. Oh, this stream will take longer if I keep doing this.
As one of the ultimate lead investigators on that case was turned over to the gang unit, and she worked that case, and we are.
So is she a fact witness?
She is, yeah, she
For Dexter Montgomery?
Yeah, she is in fact a fact witness for Dexter Montgomery, and she will be tendered later on as an expert.
So she's not so at this point in time, she is not. We
will not be eliciting expert testimony from her today. We will not even be tendering her as an expert today.
Here's the thing. It doesn't matter. She's either or. She's there as a fact witness, and then she's off. The moment they also proffer her as an expert witness, her testimony in the ears of a layman becomes more important. That is why you always separate them. But this judge has no spine.
Well, I still need to read the admonition, don't I?
I don't believe so. I think it's at the point where we stop and start getting into the different testimonies. Like when I stop with the fact testimony and get into tendering her asking the court to have her admitted as an expert. I think the point at which I asked that she be admitted as an expert is the point at which the court rightly give the demarcation admonition, if you will. Because everything that she's going to talk about, at least today, first, will be background and fact. Her background with gangs, just the qualifications, but we will not be tendering her as an expert.
But I correct me if I'm wrong though, but I believe that I did give the admonition before Investigator Belknap testified.
I think Ms. Hilton says that you did, but I think I'm not certain that I remember the exact circumstances, whether she started with the expert and then went into fact. I think she started with the expert and went into fact. I am going to start with fact, so she's just a regular witness. And until such time that the state asks that she be admitted as an expert, I do not believe it's necessary that the court even broach the subject with the jury. I think.
All right. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Sharp.
I just want to remind the court of one other issue, just in case it comes up. I brought up the issue last week about, or actually on Monday, I believe, about Investigator Robinson and the issue of an internal affairs investigation. And
Yes, I remember that.
ordered the state, and the state indicated that they may very well go into that. And you ordered the state to hand over all files that would be Brady material and hand them over to the defense. We have not received any of those files yet. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention in case the state starts trying to get into some of those things that we have not received anything as of yet.
That's with,
Investigator Gaither took over this investigation from that individual, I believe.
So, Your Honor,
do we have, well, I said independently, have you found or located the internal affairs?
we had to ask for it. We didn't have it, and I believe that we did request and receive some documents.
Okay.
That we will be providing to the defense, but we won't be getting to that person at all at any point.
Yeah. There's a person that the state almost said the name for a couple of weeks ago, who was removed from almost every investigation he or she was in because allegedly was on the take. And this witness apparently is the one who took over one of these cases. Now, the defense said, we need every piece of information so we can conduct proper cross-examination. Because Brady. And the state still haven't turned it over. Oh, we are asking internal affairs for those reports, blah, 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 blah. What the judge should have done, okay, let's take this Montgomery stuff and put a hold on it until you have turned over. Because nobody knows, especially not the defense, don't know if there's material in that internal affairs investigation they could have used in their cross-examination of the other witnesses and perpetrators and stuff. They don't know. And once they get it, it might be too late. And that's on the judge. Because the judge has no spine.
Today either. So.
It still needs to be turned over. So, Mr. Sharp, you just remind me again, okay? All right. Anything further?
Just for the informed court, the fair court, we have motions outstanding if the impeachment for Mr. Baltimore, the redaction.
I expect that to be done, and you all should probably work that out. I've seen plenty of conversations about it, but you all need to gather your heads about it in terms of whether or not, because I thought my instructions were pretty clear.
We won't be bringing into any. We won't be bringing any of that before today is up. So I believe that.
Now, Ms. Love, I'm gonna tell you, before it comes up, you should have redacted that particular, parts that the court has instructed you. If you have difficulties, then that should be put into writing, and I should hear about. I should be able to decide about that. But I believe I ruled upon all of the Murphy statements.
They add more. They add more. That's all it is to it.
There's an additional one.
I saw that. There.
Some of it's in conflict with what one of the attorney asked. And so the state is confused. So Mr. Shard in his motion asked for a particular portion involving Mr. Murphy to be redacted. Now Mr. Steele is asking for it to be in. We took it out. We already did the proper. We sent over the redactions as ordered by the court.
Yeah. What happens when you have 6 defendants with their own attorneys on the stand is they have to argue on behalf of their client and their client alone. Mr. Shard wants it out because it might be prejudicial to his client. Mr. Steele wants it in because it, in his opinion, it's good for his client.
Mr. Steele, this morning when we talked after he reviewed, had some objections to what has already been redacted. And so we disagree. And so I don't think there's anything except for the court to hear those disagreements, because at this point, we disagree on these additional redactions. But we have done them pursuant to what we discussed last week, earlier this week. Those are redactions that have been already turned over.
And Your Honor, we don't, like I said, we won't be tendering those if the court will allow us to begin with the witness, and we can, if the court will allow us to further address those matters at the close of the, whenever the court sees fit today, I'd ask that the court allow us to do that outside of the jury being here. Because we have been doing that.
Remember to hit the thumbs up, and if you haven't subscribed yet,
But we won't-
please
yeah,
do.
there's no need to. We will not be playing the video today of Walter Murphy. And I believe it's a matter that only the court can reconcile.
Skipping ahead a bit, because there is some downtime.
Hudson and Mr. Murphy in the room. We don't want to put that portion in because David was not in the room. So that part, we can agree to. We've been, I think, pretty accommodating and reasonable as it relates to, as it relates to requests for redaction. Where we have pushed back have been those areas where we believe it is perfectly admissible and not in any way prejudicial that the information is being portrayed on the screen. So, if the court.
Yes, Judge Glanville, aren't you happy that you decided to not separate the different cases? Because once the different defense attorneys have different opinions about a certain, then you have to weigh. Now you have to weigh in, how does this defendant's rights opposed to the other defendant's rights? That is the cluster F of a RICO trial where all the defendants are there. Now the judge have to weigh in, because what might be probative for young Thug might be prejudicial to Mr. Stilwell. And that could be an appellate issue for Mr. Stilwell. So, Judge, what you gonna do?
I would like an opportunity to, after court ends today, to briefly address it with the court. I would gladly come in earlier. Of course, the court is aware. I requested that we come in at 8:30 every day and leave at 6:30. I have no problem with that. I would like to get matters addressed before the jury is here. I don't mind how early we need to come in. I'll come in at 8. 7:30.
Of course you don't. You get
But I
overtime
want to have-
paid by Fannie Willis. You don't care if you have to start early and work late. Because that only means resources are being stolen from the defendants.
To have us not able to properly address the concerns that we have with the redactions that have been demanded, puts everyone at a disadvantage when
Hi,
we are
Atheist Out.
notified after we have complied with the court's instructions and after the information was not only served 2 years ago, but 2 weeks ago, there was another notice of.
They are
precisely what
salaried,
we intended to use.
but
And the first
they
time
are
we hear
salaried
about
for
these
office
particular
hours.
redaction requests is the day we're putting it up. So it's a way that we are hamstrung. We are not allowed to put up our case in a fluid manner. So we would gladly come in as early as we need to and stay as late as we need to hash these issues out. So I ask on the record again, like I did at the bench with Mr. Adams a few weeks ago before Mr. Weinstein ever filed his motion, that we be allowed to stay as late as need be and to come as early as need be to address these matters so that our cases aren't impacted negatively by any efforts of people that are different than we are. So I'm asking for that.
Prosecutor Love, here's the thing about the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. They are talking about defendants' rights, the citizens' rights. The government don't have rights. You asking, oh, I want to do that, I want to do that, I want to do that. Don't care. The defendants have rights. You don't. And if you are inflicted, well, ask the judge to recuse himself. Or you might say, screw this. We're done here. We can't prove it. Let's get on to more recent crimes. No, this is just you whining, Miss Love.
I'm going to dismiss the jury for today.
Ta-da.
Some of our jurors, please.
Yeah. So at least this, now the judge finally gets it. Once this starts, send them home. Send them home. And for God's sake, make a ruling and stay by that ruling. Skipping ahead.
This course is in order. And limiting number 50, which Ms. Weaver's already been included on, and I will include as the next court exhibit in order the email as well as the motion. Here's the problem, as I keep telling you all, and I'm just trying to say this as artfully as I can, but the challenge that we've been having thus far is that while you all are advocates and think that your position is one that you may be able to introduce evidence, if there is a disagreement, I have to take it up. The problem is that this evidence or information has existed in discovery for the longest period of time. And
just here's the thing, Judge. Just because it exists, they don't know if the prosecution will use it as evidence until just a few days before. They can't file these motions until they actually know it's going to be presented as evidence. They are not fortune tellers. They don't have a crystal ball. And you don't have a spine.
what irritates the court is that I have to keep stopping. It's not personal irritation or otherwise. It's just that I've told you many times before that this jury in the box, we should present and try and minimize disruptions. This afternoon, this morning, was an exercise in disruption. So if you don't want me to exclude your evidence, then the 4-1 judge is a happy judge, means that you file something or you bring it to my attention way before the witness sits on the stand, and I have to kind of go through edits and edits. So to that point, I mean, I can't make it any clearer. And you all are really trying to work yourselves into working on the weekend, because that's the only way I'm gonna be able to get through this stuff, is that I'm going to have to excuse this jury and we're going to work on a weekend to get this done. So be it. If that's what it takes, that's what it takes. But I can't.
Or, Judge, here's an alternative. Here's an alternative, Judge Glanville. Every time the prosecution fucks with you, fucks with the defense, tries to bring in new witnesses, say no. This is way past discovery. You have your witness list, no add-ons. If you haven't presented the evidence you want to put in front of the jury to the defense the week before, it's not coming in. It's your discretion, Your Honor. You can actually do that, and you don't. Why? Why? Because you're a fuckwit. I'm saying 4-quad YouTube thingy. I promise it's the accent. I promise it's the accent.
Keep stopping in front of this jury and taking up things that you all should have forecasted as a problem. What I mean by that, I'll get representatives from the state of Georgia. Judge, we're going to go ahead and introduce his PowerPoint or whatever. We have some concerns. We brought them to the defense's issue. And here's the things that we were not able to work out. Because remember, you all are seasoned advocates. This is not your first trial. It's not like you don't know what you think is going to be admissible or not. And if you're uncertain about it, that's why you file a motion to limit. The defense has done so on many occasions. But you all drive the kind of the train in this, because if you don't present it, then a lot of times they won't know that there's a problem. Or, as I mentioned earlier, the exhibit changes or you add additional things and they don't have the opportunity to take it up. That's why I'm telling you that it's a problematic issue. So
then
that's what I mean by being forewarned. If you don't talk to your opposing side about this, that's where you're going to run into problems. Because I'm just going to start saying, well, if you haven't talked about it, it hasn't been presented to me, and the jury's sitting in a box, I'm going to exclude it. At this point in time, I am very frustrated, to say the least. And I'm just telling you that
Yeah, we watched that.
being
on the
forewarned is
Wednesday.
more than just 10 seconds, 10 minutes
Did
before
I-
we go out,
Thank you.
or coming early or staying late. There are some 30 people that have to get in this particular spot in one time. And I can't blame you all, and I won't blame you all because the law doesn't prevent me to do that for not being in the proper place and space you're supposed to. And there are a lot of things that happen because all of us have been out, and the court is very sensitive. Having been a trial advocate going from courthouse to courthouse, parking lot to parking lot, I understand what it takes to get in this courthouse in the morning. But you all have to be here a lot earlier, and you need to be sitting in your places. We need to be waiting on them. Shouldn't be waiting on you. There are at least 6 sets of lawyers that have to get here.
And we shouldn't be.
And you all
have to
should not
wait
be just
for
sitting
you
down when I get
either, Your
here.
Honor.
If I tell you to be here at a particular time, please be here and be in place so that I can go ahead and start, because we eat up time that way. And I mean, I just don't know what else to tell you all, but I'm trying to be as patient as I can, but
I know what you can tell them all. Off you fuck. I was saying fork, YouTubes. I was saying fork as in spoon and fork. It's the accent. It makes my words sound different.
at a loss for words at this point in time, because I have said this over and over and over again. So if you don't want to see contempt, if you don't want to see us working on the weekends, then please change what you're doing. And Mr. Starr, the inquiry I made this morning is a valid inquiry. None of you would do this if you were in the United States District Court. None of you.
This wouldn't happen because those judges have spines. They wouldn't do what you are doing. You, Judge Glanville, for the first 4.5 months of this trial, has been a prosecutor as much as the prosecutors. So no, this wouldn't be an issue in a federal court because you aren't in the federal court.
My colleagues in federal court would probably jail most of you. And for those of you that have practiced in federal court, this is not the way it goes.
This is not the way it goes because of you, Your Honor, because you, the reason the defense does any of this is because every piece of garbage surprise thing from the prosecution that you allow. If you stopped allowing the prosecution to do their shady things, this wouldn't be an issue.
State's perspective, as well as the defense perspective. Everything's filed in advance. So why should you do anything less than in this courtroom?
Because when they try to file things in advance, you say you defer it forward, bring it up when it's time for it. And when they do, you yell at them for not bringing it up sooner. They did bring it up sooner. The reason why they're doing this now is because the prosecution doesn't tell them what kind of evidence they are bringing even the next week, because you allow it.
I don't see the same level of professionalism and attentiveness that you all need to do in terms of getting issues fleshed out. It's last minute. That's not fair to anybody. I got a rule on it. I really want to get it right for everyone. I'm the gatekeeper. No interest in case other than see it's fairly tried. But things have got to change. That's why I asked that to you, Mr. Sharp, this morning. It wasn't for any other reason, because some of this stuff I'm just at a loss for. You all are seasoned advocates. It should not make a difference whether or not somebody brought it up or who said what. If you know it's going to be an issue, flag it, present it, and let me deal with it, or let me carve out a day so I can go ahead and deal with it. I can't deal with this as a witness on the stand. That's not right. So that's why I asked you that this morning. So in the interest of trying to kind of get it right, please just modify your habits in terms of stop this last minute stuff. All right. Looking at motion in limine number 50, the redaction. All right, Mr. Steele, I have it. I marked it as the next court exhibit in order. So let's talk about it. So in paragraph number 1, you were saying this is the statements that were made on August 18th by Mr. Murphy.
Correct.
And you're saying it doesn't comply with my prior court order, all statements made by non-witnesses. be redacted. So those were supposed to be redacted. All right, there's discussion you indicate regarding unrelated crimes that are not redacted.
That's true too.
So, and then the state redacted the exculpatory Brady evidence that Mr. Copeland, not a co-indictee, killed Mr. Thomas, and this is not speculation if it's co-conspirator hearsay. So let's just break that down. What about the unrelated crimes issue?
Your Honor, there is a conversation about other armed robberies. I'm looking for the exact time that I pointed to. It's on the redacted version that we received this morning from the state. It should be at 11 minutes. It starts at 11 minutes. And again, it's Jacoby Hudson speaking. They talk about sex crimes. And then they talk about who shot somebody in the hip. Going to get life in prison. They carjacked a federal agent. He has so many charges. Jacoby Hudson, the lawyer, asked if they're prosecuting that case.
Okay, so
And to me,
that's from 11 to about 13:56, right?
yeah. that's-
Okay. Is the state seeking to introduce any of that?
The state asked the court, hear that information before we make our argument. I asked the court, that's not my microphone. We asked the court to be allowed to play the segment that we have just been.
What's the basis for its admission? Why do I need to hear it? I can read it and say, I can read it and tell you it probably doesn't have anything to do with what we're covering.
Well, Your Honor, the court and counsel are aware, our rules of evidence favor inclusion, and this is not inadmissible. There's nothing inadmissible about these portions that were brought to our attention, or else we would have flagged them. We actually agreed to take out things that were not permissible.
It's not relevant. It's not relevant. How is somebody about this conversation relevant for anything? What does the carjacking with federal agent have anything to do with it?
As the court recalls, when we last time excluded a chunk of information and attempted to play portions that became relevant when a witness did not understand, we were denied the opportunity to do so. That is why we are asking that the court not overall grant chunks of information be excluded without hearing the chunks of information and allowing the state the opportunity to point out portions where we disagree.
We're not going through what we went through this morning, Ms. Love. I'm sorry. I am sorry. We're not doing that. I excluded that because look, I made my ruling on that particular issue. So I'm not going back and talking about that.
I have a question for the court, because I think the state,
I already ruled that we were going to exclude that particular portion. I ruled on it because we had argument on it. So
so Your Honor, the state just wants some guidance from the court. And the reason why we're asking for this guidance, Your Honor, is we have an administrative order that was filed. And what the state did, especially, I'm going to speak specifically about Dexter Montgomery. On April 4th, as the court instructed, we turned over all of our evidence to defense counsel that we were going to use, everything. That included all these recordings that we're talking about right now, that included what you excluded, the portion that you excluded earlier. We turned that over on April 4th. We received one motion in limine about redactions. That was what Mr. Shard filed on behalf of Mr. Stillwell on April 10th. Then we got another one this morning on April 17th. So what the court asked of the state to do, we did in order to avoid any late arguments. What we understood from the court's administrative order is that state turn over the evidence so that defense counsel can review it. If there are any objections, they would file such. They did that for a portion of it. They never mentioned Mr. White's statement in this motion. They never mentioned any of the other redactions that are coming today.
I got it.
So-
But let me ask you a question. Are those particular portions admissible?
Which portion? For talking about Mr. White or for what we're talking? What
One we're talking about right now.
We have to go look at the earlier portion. What we have in the earlier portion of this statement, I believe it's the August 18th statement that we're referencing, is that in the room is Mr. Hudson, Investigator Dennis, and Mr. Murphy, and they're talking prior to the interview starting. Some things are relevant, some things are not. We need to look at it and decide.
But that's what you should have done already.
But we just got the information, Your Honor. We
Okay,
didn't
okay,
know.
all right.
Now the prosecution is blaming the defense. Oh, but they haven't objected yet. Here's the thing, prosecutor. You also have an obligation to know about and file in advance when you know when things are inadmissible. This should have been done pre-trial by the prosecutors themselves. This is the recording. We are asking the court to agree with us that this portion, this portion, this portion, and this portion should be excluded. Okay, what say defense? We agree, we want additional. Okay, file your motions, but those are already excluded. Boom, done. 2 weeks of trial time saved. Why don't the prosecution do that? Because they are shady, they are cheating, they are unethical.
So the state believes that it should all come in. So if the defense has an objection,
Okay.
then they have to let us know so we can talk about it. And we actually had some conversation this morning before we came to court to see what we can resolve. So we're trying to follow the court's instruction.
I know that, but
So-
I want you to go further. I want you to go further in the sense that you need to review your evidence before then and realistically kind of look at this in terms of whether or not it's going to be admissible.
But Your
I mean,
Honor,
because it's not like that's what I'm talking to you about.
But Your Honor, they already filed a motion regarding this particular interview and it didn't flag it, Your Honor. So the state is on notice about what they already,
I understand that.
and
But
they literally list out August 18th, 2015.
Miss Love, Miss Hilton, when the judge speaks, you shut up. This is the disrespect, but also they do it because the judge has no spine. If he's put his foot down a year ago, this would never have happened. Never. If this judge actually did his job as he should, what we see here would never have happened, because the moment a judge opens his mouth, you clam up, because that's the respect that chair should have. The position of a judge, even if you don't respect the judge itself, you should always respect the position of the judge, of a judge. This prosecution has no respect.
And then I think even Mr. Harvey had an additional redaction that we added to it. So we are following clearly what the court has asked. So this is what they objected to. This is what it is. If there was any objection earlier, they would have said.
Miss Hilton, that's not what the judge is talking about. He is telling you that you should look at your evidence and make a decision on what is definitely not admissible, what is definitely admissible, and then you have the gray zones. Those gray zones, you flag for the defense and see what they do. Do they file a motion? Yeah, they can do that way ahead of time. They don't know what part of what evidence you will present at court, because you don't reveal it until the last moment possible. And that's why we're here. Now the prosecution is blaming the defense. No.
There. So we would have been able to argue it a week ago when we argued this motion. So this is not a new interview. It's not old. This is the same August 18th, 2015.
it's the same. I know, but Mr.
So they never
Mr.
notified us. And Mr. Steele is really good at notifying the state about objections. He did not.
Tell her
And so
shut up
we
and
didn't think it
sit
was an
down,
issue
Judge.
until he brought it to our attention.
I understand.
And we talked to him about it. We did not agree. And I think that is why Mr. Sharp brought it to the court's attention this morning about Mr. White, because we did try to resolve it. And I think he brought it to the court's attention because we could not resolve it and we wanted the court to make a ruling. And we were trying to find the time that the court was going to make the ruling in order for it to happen, because we were following the instructions based on the administrative order. The order said, turn it over. We turned it over. They're going to launch whatever objections we have. If we can agree, we agree. If we can't, we bring it to the court's attention. I think that's what's been
All right.
happening.
So this 11 to 1356. Do you have it queued up at this point?
104.
Yeah, and this keeps going. They talk. Yeah. And then they're off. So here's the thing. I mean, for some of you, or most of you, are surprised by, oh, the judge has finally grown the spine. No, I've seen this before. I saw it in pre-trial. I saw it in the beginning of this trial. Judge bark, no bite. Because the prosecution knows if they just jap and whine and bitch enough, he might buckle. And he has. All the time. So, and I've seen other law tubers and crime tubers going all up in arms about the judge telling Miss Love to sit down and then call in the jury. I can't get excited over it because I've seen it before. And it all ends up with him doing absolutely nothing about it. Did you know the judge at that point, when she kept yapping, he could. We will have a hearing about your if you are even fit to run this. The judge has discretion for so much. Mikael, Mr. Seal would have filed that motion to get him removed. Yeah. They did file a motion to get Miss Love disqualified because she was an unsworn witness. Clearly she was. The judge didn't care because he has no spine. All right, but enough of Wednesday because it was just yap. And not much happened. So let's get to Thursday. Sound. Closed captions. Let's check out Thursday. And if you think I'm upset about Wednesday, you sweet summer children. By the way, today's court haven't started yet, and they are late. Big surprise. This is still a recap for you who are completely new here. We are doing recap, and we will catch up with the live stream.
Make sure that they not filming they come out. Somebody that came through.
Anybody else?
I'm missing Ryan.
Ryan. And Kendrick.
Let's skip ahead.
Williams, good morning.
And roll call.
Hi. Yeah, I know I should probably know your name at this point in time. Miss Knight. Miss Knight, good morning. Mr. Steele, who do you have with you this morning?
Your Honor, this is a finishing a 7-year Georgia State.
Does she have a name? Okay, well, that's usually how we start off. Name would be great. Okay.
The young lady, next to you is H-A-L-T-Y, called H-A-L-T-I-W-A-N-G-E-R, called Wanger, and she is, I've been able to work with her for approximately a year and a half, tried cases last year before this case, so 2 years, I got 2.5. We tried cases together, and she is really a rising star in the profession. She's accepting the job starting next fall with the County Public Defender's Office for the internship.
All right. Charlie, good morning and welcome. All right, and also this morning I have the privilege of hosting criminal justice cluster from Clark Atlanta University. Good morning, ladies. All right, they're here to observe as this is a public forum and all are welcome within this space. So.
Yeah, and for you who wonder, or maybe you don't, I will be in the United States in August, around August 14 or 15, which is Wednesday or Thursday. I will attempt to get into this courthouse and follow the Cluster F live. So I will be in Atlanta, Georgia, around August 14 or 15. Just so you know. And what these spectators witness is a travesty.
Okay. Before I go out and bring out our jurors, have you all worked out the rest of your edits? What's left?
Your Honor, we have nothing from the state about the initial statement, which is July 15, 2015 by Mr. Murphy to Detective Gaither. It's my position. It doesn't come in. this is the issue we raised with the bench. Mr. Murphy said that he's in fear. He specifically said this has nothing to do with Jeffrey Williams.
Didn't we cover that already though?
And you
Yeah,
said
okay.
Excluded, but now I understand the state wants to play all three statements. In addition to that, they did not remove, to my knowledge, from the August 18, 2015 Jacoby Hudson statements. And I just don't know how else, I don't
Okay,
know.
well, let me find out first if they removed Mr. Hudson's statements. Okay, have you all removed Mr. Hudson's statements that we talked about?
Your Honor, I submitted a transcript yesterday that had pages 1 through 30 redacted like we discussed in court yesterday.
Okay, so has the corresponding video also been edited?
So because the video is choppy, what the state will do is, since we have to play through evidence reviewer, we're going to mute the portions that are redacted.
This is so dishonest. Just because a video is choppy doesn't mean you have to play and mute. Here's the thing with play and mute or do the bleep sound. If you bleep certain words or mute, our gut instinct says, oh, this is bad. This is really bad. And the reason they don't play it or mute it is probably because the defense asked. That means it must be bad for them. That is why it's a video being choppy has nothing to do with it. You can still take it out. It doesn't matter. Take it out.
Redacted, because if you saw yesterday, the video was choppy, so we don't have a redacted video. But based on the timestamps, Your Honor, and I sent a cheat sheet of all the areas that we plan on muting so that everyone's aware of when we're going to start and stop the recording. Now, if Mr. Steele is talking about areas in which Mr. Hudson may have clarified, so for example, there's a portion of the interview in which I believe it's either Gaither or Dennis asks who all was in the car. And Mr. Hudson says, tell him who all was in the car. We did not redact this, Your Honor. It's stuff like that that is not redacted. But the what we talked about from the first 13 minutes, that's gone, or the first 30 pages is gone. And then I believe that portion of time in which he's in the room by himself with his client, that portion is gone. But
What about the statements involving Mr. Williams at the house and the search warrant?
That's in a different video, Your Honor.
Has that been edited out as well?
That has.
Because I don't know how much we'll get this morning today, and we'll see where we go, see where it goes.
Your Honor, that's from the July interview. And yesterday we did not have the transcript. We got the transcript this morning. So I'm actually in the process of emailing that transcript over to everyone with the page reference of what we.
Why don't you yell at the prosecution for not being prepared? Why does the prosecution only have the transcripts today? Why? And remember, last time something like this happened, you yelled at the defense, called them unprofessional in front of the jury. Just an hour later, you discovered you were wrong, Judge Glanville. No apology, no nothing, leaving the jury with the impression that you believe the defense is unprofessional. That alone should have made you recuse yourself once you discovered, oops, I did a boo-boo. I can't do this. Rare Aussie, how long has this case been going? They were arrested summer of 2022. Then the prosecution announced to the court they were ready for trial in late November 2022. They had 71 witnesses. Then it took up until November of last year, end of November, the trial started because it took so long to get a jury seated. During that time, the prosecution's witness list grew from 71 to 737. Now, finally, the judge a couple of weeks ago said, you need to trim this down, and the prosecution trimmed it down to 209 witnesses and told the judge the rest of our witnesses will take 120 trial days, not counting cross-examination or rebuttal. So much for a 6-month trial in total.
We plan on redacting, which has to deal with the search at Mr. Williams' home. But that is the July interview,
I got
which we
you.
just got that transcript.
Okay, all right.
It's not that clean. We got the cheat sheet, and I'm not casting any blame here. We got the cheat sheet at 8:20 this morning. So no, I'm not agreeing with it. And I
Okay,
don't-
well, I'm just asking you because I'll make it for the record and you can make an object. And I'll go ahead and make rulings accordingly, should there be, but,
and I'm not agreeing with, I'm objecting to. I know you'll
Going
do
up
that a lot
1.5 speed.
Within the law, but this muting in front of the jury, you're hiding information from the jury. These statements weren't.
they don't know what the purpose is, other than they're not playing it.
Understood.
So-
I don't have videos played at all.
Okay, you've said that already.
They have a witness who can testify if it is a prior inconsistent statement. The state's putting in things that are not prior inconsistent statements.
Okay, we had an argument about this yesterday,
And you
so.
said just raise it, they have to be targeted. I'm just telling the court, we're gonna be
But-
objecting.
But yes, but this particular, you can impeach somebody through another witness who that is contrary to that particular witness. So I think if the state does that through this particular witness, they're entitled to do that.
I don't have a problem with proper impeachment through, in this case, Detective Gaither. My issue is the video is more than impeachment. That's what I'm saying. And I know the court said, hey, it has to be targeted. We're not just wholesaling putting in these statements. The third statement is the one that is not even.
Third statement in terms of what? Which one? Okay.
There's 3 statements. The
Yes.
third one is February 16, 2016. It's a proffer with Attorney Chada Jimenez and Jacoby Hudson and Detective Gaither and Mr. Walter Murphy. And I may be leaving one person out, but I don't know if I am.
And is that the one that's been edited, Ms. Hilton?
Yes, Your Honor. So the proffer video is the one that we actually played through Mr. Murphy when he was on the stand. And there were portions that we agreed on and we either muted it, but we actually went back and did an actual physical redaction and redacted out the parts that we either muted while in court. So the version that we gave to the defense counsel, I mean, Mr. Atkins emailed that at some point in time yesterday, was based upon what we actually did in court. And so that proffer video should be how it was presented to the jury in court. But that proffer video was already introduced. It's already evidence, Your Honor.
And I'm objecting to playing it again. That's what I'm saying. He agreed with everything. It's not an.
Well, I think there's a disagreement about that, whether or not he agreed with everything. So that's where I'm gonna kind of see where it goes in that respect.
Video was played already. Why?
I know, but it can be utilized for different purposes. So I understand that, but like I said, I'll take it up depending upon what has been said.
So I'm not agreeing to anything, obviously, but I'm doing what you said. We'll make objections as we go.
Okay, all right.
And Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Can I summarize yours, please?
No.
Your Honor, may I perfect the record?
Did you know that a judge has the capacity to time limit prosecution and defense, even in criminal cases? He could have set rules for a 6-month trial, saying by the end of the 4th month, you, prosecution, must have done your case in chief. Whatever you haven't cleared yet, it's out. You have 4 months. Defense case in chief, you have a month and a half for a case in chief. Your rebuttal, prosecution, you have 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Then it's closing arguments. You have this many hours. You can split the time between closing arguments and rebuttal closing, or choose to have all as rebuttal or all as closing. Defense, you have this many hours. The judge has that right. This judge, he's as much part of the prosecution team as anyone on that prosecution's table.
Just briefly.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yesterday, in our discussion of the legality of this impeachment, we talked about impeachment by contradiction. And I just don't want the record to suggest that I'm acquiescing.
No, you have made this objection twice now, at least twice, as to a couple different witnesses. I understand where you head. I understand you made an objection as to it.
Yeah, I just don't think it's, I just want to be clear that I do not believe it's impeachment by contradiction either.
Okay, well, all right, well, that, I understand that.
Okay,
That's your
all right, thank
position. Okay, all right, sir. All right.
And here's the thing. The defense have to make these objections at a timely manner, or they don't save it for appeal. So the judge trying to rush them is improper.
What is it you want to tell me, the bench? Come on up. Do we need a representative?
And now comes gang expert number 6, whose testimony more or less is a Daubert hearing in itself. And then they will conduct a Daubert hearing in front of the jury. I will make my position clear now. You never have a Daubert hearing in front of the jury. Never. Why? Because when you proffer an expert, you as a defense must ask very uncomfortable questions that might be prejudicial to your client, that the jury is not supposed to hear at all. Allowing Daubert hearing, where you proffer the expert as an expert in front of the jury, cripples the defense. It's unheard of. I've never heard of it happening before. Never. Now, I've been doing this trial stream of U.S. trials for over a year now. I have been following this. Sorry. I've been following U.S. trials for years. You might have seen me in the chat earlier on before the Depp v. Heard trial. I started out as one of you guys, by the way. I started out in the chat. And then, about a year and a half ago, I decided, hey, let's give it a try. And here we are. Ugh. It's what are they? Oh, comfort break. Of course, why not?
Mission. It was okay. All right.
I don't
Thank you, Lois. I'm glad too I gave it a try.
The courtroom. As
No.
that's the way, in my experience, it's always
No.
been done in federal court.
It can be done. There's 11th Circuit cases that I was shown yesterday that authorized for that. So
I understand that you may be authorized to do that. I was just suggesting that the better practice may be to do it before the jury is present.
Mr. Steele asked me that yesterday.
Okay, thank
So
you.
yeah, so I'm going to see if they qualify the witness using the Daubert standards in 702, and we'll let you all wire the witness accordingly, and then I will make a decision as to whether or not that particular individual is able to testify in that manner.
Thank you.
Okay,
Your
all
Honor, I
right.
just get a continuing objection.
Yes.
I believe the case, the 11th Circuit case, I think it's where.
You're right, it is where.
Thank you.
Okay, all right.
I don't believe it says it's done in front of the jury. It said it wasn't done at all, and you have the discretion to find someone. But I
No, it was done. There was no pre-admission. It was done in front of the jury because of the type of case it was. I mean, I think it was firearms or ballistics or whatever else. So
Yeah, but that was firearms and ballistics. This is not firearms and ballistics. You can't use Jesus Christ, Judge.
I think the court just made that fine. Anyway, I'm objecting to it being done in front of the jury. I'm objecting not to have it out of the jury. Outside the front of the jury. Can I just have a continuing objection? Because I don't want to do this in front of the jury.
okay,
Thanks.
all right. Anything else?
The judge knows.
All right, summon our witness, please.
The defense.
Yeah, bring it. I'll bring in the jury. Yes, thank you.
And I hope this issue is being brought in front of appeals court all the way up, because this
Do
is
you want me to give the limiting instruction?
infuriatingly bad conduct. Now today's court is 40 minutes late, but we will keep doing this. I'm checking my sources to see if anything has come up regarding if somehow
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
they don't have to court.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. All right, without further delay, we're going to continue with the presentation of the state's case. Call your next witness.
The state calls Investigator Gaither to the stand.
All right, someone, Investigator Gaither, please. All right, madam, good morning. If you would come on up, please. Witness stand, once you get there, if you turn and face Sergeant Ingram, be sworn as a witness before you sit down.
Raise your hand. Swear first testimony given in truth, the truth, nothing but the truth.
Lakia Gaither, LakeaGaither.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, before we hear testimony from Detective Gaither, I'm going to read you an admonition, a limiting instruction, okay? So just bear with me and then we'll go ahead and hear from our witness. You're about to hear testimony from Detective Gaither, who will testify both to facts and two types of opinions and the reasons for those opinions. I'll describe all three types of testimony. The first is fact testimony. Fact testimony is based upon what the witness personally saw, heard, or did. The second is opinion testimony based on the specialized knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education of the witness. The third is called lay opinion testimony. As to the testimony about the facts, it's your job to decide which testimony to believe and which testimony not to believe. You may believe everything a witness says, or part of it, or none of it, or all of it. As to the opinion testimony based on the witness's specialized knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education, you should judge this testimony like any other testimony. You may accept all of it, part of it, or none of it. You should give it as much weight as you think it deserves, considering the witness's knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education, the reasons for the opinion, and all other evidence in the case. As to lay opinion testimony, this testimony is based on inferences drawn from the witness's direct perceptions and must be rationally based on those perceptions and not on speculation or what someone else has said. You should judge this testimony like any other testimony. You may accept all of it, part of it, or none of it. You should give it as much weight as you think it deserves. When considering lay opinion testimony, however, you should not give it any extra credence based on the specialized knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education of the witness. You should also consider whether the witness testified to personal observations or involvement. In fact, it's a fact witness testifying about a lay opinion based on the witness's perceptions or testifying to an opinion based on specialized knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education. When a witness provides opinion testimony based on knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education, that person may rely upon facts that are not based on his or her personal observations or involvement, but that opinion cannot serve as proof of the underlying facts. The fact that the witness is allowed to express opinions based on a person's specialized knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education should not cause you to give that witness undue influence or any aspect of that person's testimony or otherwise influence your assessment of the credibility of that witness. All right, madam, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I have for you who don't know, hi, I'm Nick. I've been doing labor law for over 30 years. I'm trained in evidence evaluation, how to evaluate witnesses, all of that stuff. I have an actual law degree. What judge this admonition or admonition, but whatever he said, I can't make back in front of it. Whatsoever. And I can't imagine what the jury will think, because it's word salad that tells the jury she will talk about something she witnessed, and then she will speculate as an expert, and then as a layman, she will speculate some more. But you can't see it as speculation. It's not allowed. It's bullshit. Pure and utter bullshit. A fact witness should never be an expert witness. It's a practice that should be thrown out throughout the Western world. Over here, where I practice in Sweden, you can't. It is simply not allowed to have. If your expert witness is also a witness, they can't testify as an expert witness. You have to find someone else.
Your Honor, I will be attempting to qualify.
I'm going to overrule it just for a second, just to see where she's headed. Okay, Mr. Steele? All right.
The order of questioning will be first as an expert and then.
So you're gonna qualify?
I will.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Of course you are. You're first going to tell the jury, look how much she knows and she is an expert. So they will start off with her as an expert witness, doing all the proffer. And then once all of that is settled in the jury's minds, she is an expert. She knows all of this. The judge said so. And then she will continue as a fact witness. It's infuriatingly bad conduct.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, John. Good morning. And is it still Detective Gator?
No. Good morning. No, good morning.
Thank you. Now, are you retired from
Yes.
police work?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury what kind of work you currently do? I'm afraid it's already on.
Yeah, if you can speak into it, Ms. Lowe. Thank you.
I don't think it's working, but I will speak up.
I heard it. If you stand next to it, it'll pick up. Detective Gator, if you could just also speak in the microphone.
Yes, sir.
Able to hear you. Okay, thank you.
Would you tell the jury what kind of, are you still in law enforcement?
No, ma'am.
And how long has it been since you left law enforcement?
4 years.
Did you retire from law enforcement?
Yes.
How long did you work in law enforcement?
Almost 19 years.
Would you please tell the jury where you are originally from?
Chicago, Illinois.
What part of Chicago, any particular part?
Overruled. South side of Chicago, Inglewood community.
And is Inglewood E-N-G-L-E?
E, yes.
W-O-L-E? And did you grow up in Inglewood, in the Inglewood community of Chicago?
Yes.
So did you go to grade school and high school there?
Yes.
What high school did you attend?
Bowen. B-O-W-E-N. Bowen.
And I'm standing over here, so
Yes.
the last year in here. While you were,
Oh, just go ahead. Go ahead.
while you were growing up in Inglewood, were there gangs in your neighborhood? As you understand?
Overruled, sir.
Yes.
And did you know about them while you were growing up?
Yes.
How did you know about them?
Just friends, going to school, gang members, the community. In Chicago, gangs, it's kind of like culture. So you're very aware of gangs at a young age.
Now, when you say it's kind of like culture, would you explain to the jury exactly what you mean?
Gangs in Chicago were very prevalent from my parents, my grandparents, all the way to me. So just gang lifestyles, what to stay away from, what to look for. It was very well known at a young age. So
And who was it that gave you the information you had at that time about, and I'm not asking what they said.
I'll rule the objection, Mr. Floor. Go ahead.
Who was it that gave you the information that you used to just conduct yourself on a day-to-day basis as it relates to gangs?
well, I'm the youngest in my family, so I have older brother, uncles. We all live together. My mother, so just family really. What to look for, who to stay away from.
And while you were growing up, what gangs did you know about that were there in Inglewood?
Overruled, sir.
In my neighborhood, it was Gangster Disciples and Black Disciples. Where I went to school was, I believe it was Black P-Stones in that area. So it's two different gang sets.
And I heard you say friends and family, I think.
Yes.
Did you know anyone who was actually associated with or a member of any particular street gang?
Yes.
What was your relationship to the people that you knew who were in street gangs?
I have family members, friends, high school friends.
And did you,
So you're biased. Congratulations. Off you fuck. I said fork, the YouTubes. Fork and spoon, utensil, the word.
interact often on a daily basis with these people who are also gang members?
You can't choose your family, but of course, family, but friends, you knew to be cordial with them at school. But outside of that, my family did a pretty good job of keeping.
I'm gonna rule the objection, Mr. Steele.
My family did a pretty good job of keeping myself and my siblings away from that.
Now, were you afraid to interact with them when you were growing up with your friends and family who were involved with gangs?
I stand the objection.
And did you
I'm
have to
having
report
a video.
yourself in any particular way as it related to gangs in your neighborhood growing up?
I would say so. I mean, we were taught at a very young age about certain colors you don't wear. Back then in the 80s and the 90s, the thing was
I'm gonna rule the objection, sir.
the manner in which you wear your hat, whether it was to the either side or backwards, clothing attire, based on particular neighborhood that you lived in or frequent, that was a pretty well-known fact not to do or just be aware of.
Now, did you personally ever get involved with any gangs in the neighborhood?
No.
I don't believe you.
And did you actively avoid run-ins with gang members in the neighborhood that were not your family?
Objection.
I stand the objection.
How large was the neighborhood that you grew up in?
We had to compare it. I mean, Inglewood community, several miles, maybe 9 square miles, if that.
Did I hear you say you have to compare it?
Yeah, if I were to try to compare it, I mean, to something here in Atlanta,
Cleveland Avenue area of Atlanta, are you familiar with that area?
yes.
How do you know about the Cleveland Avenue area of Atlanta?
Just from working investigations and frequenting the area doing work.
using, did I hear you say frequenting the area doing work?
During work.
And using the Cleveland Avenue area of Atlanta?
Mhm.
Can we use that? How would you describe Inglewood when compared to that area?
In comparison as far as size or?
As far as size, culture,
I stand the question.
start with size.
Inglewood may be a little larger than Cleveland Avenue. I would say about, if you guys are familiar with Zone 3 is one of our larger zones. Inglewood would probably be the same size as Zone 3.
Thank you. And how about in terms of socioeconomic status? How would you describe the Inglewood area that you grew up in as compared to the Cleveland Avenue area?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Uh,
Go ahead and answer. I'm gonna rule that objection as well.
It's roughly the same. I mean, you do have your crime. You do have financial issues between families, but there are good, hardworking people in the neighborhood as well. So roughly the same.
Now, when did you leave Chicago?
After high school.
And what year was that?
You showing my age.
Here's the thing about experts, folks. They are there to explain things that few, if any, other can explain as an expert. She just described a childhood in a poor area. I would assume there's more than her that have the same experience. That in itself does not make her an expert at all, in my opinion. But the judge allows it.
Sorry.
98.
All right. And what was it that led you to leave Chicago?
Thought I wanted to go to college, so I went
So where did you go to school?
in West Virginia,
What school in West Virginia?
West Virginia State College.
Now you said you thought you wanted to go there. Did you know growing up that you wanted to go to college?
No,
Overruled.
no.
At West Virginia State College, did you declare a major?
Objection, relevance.
What was your
Overruled.
major?
Criminal justice.
Did that major have anything to do with the neighborhood that you grew up in or your contact? Why did you choose criminal
I'll
justice?
sustain the question as a form. I'm overruled objection, Mr. Short.
Why did you choose criminal justice?
I have no clue. I mean, I never wanted to be law enforcement. I grew up watching the TV shows Law and Order, Cops. I thought it was interesting, but I didn't have a desire to be a police officer.
Now, did you graduate?
I did not.
Why did you leave before graduating?
Financial reasons, in school and at home.
Where did you go when you left West Virginia State?
Atlanta.
And what year was that?
So, former cop who flunked out of school, didn't finish her degree, but still going for expert. Seriously?
2000, late 2000.
How old? Never mind, I'm not going to do
I'm
this.
done.
When you got to Atlanta, what did you do
I
in terms of employment?
think I worked a retail job for a short period of time.
Did you do something different after that? Ultimately?
APD, Atlanta PD.
All right. What made you apply with the Atlanta Police Department? What made you choose that particular agency?
Honestly, I was just giving a friend of mine a ride down to Atlanta Police headquarters to apply. And he suggested that I come in and apply as well. So there was no intention of doing it.
All right. Now, once you applied, did you have any idea of what role you wanted to play in the police department?
No.
And when you first came to Atlanta, culturally, was it the same, different than, or in some ways both to where you grew up in Inglewood?
Station, Your Honor. Relevance.
I'll sustain the objection.
Is it at the foundation or do I need to?
I'll stand as to relevance. You don't lay more foundation.
Thank you. When you first came to Atlanta, did you personally at that time know about any gangs in the city of Atlanta?
No.
And did you personally at that time recognize any signs of criminal street gang activity in the city of Atlanta?
No.
What was your first role at the Atlanta Police Department?
I was a patrol officer in Zone 4, Southwest Atlanta.
What parts of Atlanta made up Zone 4 at that time?
West End area, Cascade, the northern part of Martin Luther King, the western part of Martin Luther King, Fairburn Road, parts of Camp Creek, Campbellton Road.
Now, as it relates to Zone 3,
Mhm.
where was Zone 4 situated in Atlanta? Were they next to one another, separated by another zone or something?
Parts of Zone 3 do border Zone 4. If you're down on the eastern end of Zone 4, like around Lee Street, West End Mall area, that borders the western part of Zone 3, Mechanicsville, Pittsburgh neighborhood, Deal Avenue. And outside of that, everything else is It's kind of on the opposite side. Zone 6 is the other side of Zone 3.
Okay. So was it your testimony that the Mechanicsville, Pittsburgh, and Bill Avenue area is on? I'm trying to get clarity.
I'll
Clarity. Question.
overrule the objection, sir.
Were those areas, the Mechanicsville area, Pittsburgh area, and Bill Avenue area in Zone 3?
Yes.
And did they abut Zone 4?
Lee Street was basically the border between Zone 3 and Zone 4. So Lee and Abernathy was kind of the barrier between the two zones, if you had to break them up.
Did you interact with people from Zone 3 as well as Zone 4, or did you only interact with people who lived in Zone 4 at the time that you first started as a patrol officer in Zone 4?
You mean citizens or police?
Citizens? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, there's no barriers for citizens in Atlanta. They come to Zone 3. Our Zone 4 citizens go to Zone 4. It's not like police work where you're kind of restricted to a certain area. Citizens, they can move back and forth, come in contact with all types of people.
Would you tell the jury what your responsibilities were as a patrol officer in Zone 4?
I was assigned to evening watch, which is 2:30 to 10:30, I believe. Responsibilities included answering 911 calls, traffic accidents, directed patrols, that type of thing.
Describe for the jury a typical day at evening watch for you in Zone 4 as a patrol officer.
Yeah, this is boring the absolute living crap out of me.
I'll just
So
you can rephrase.
let's add some music and see if
Was
it's
there
up.
any one particular duty that you performed more often than any others as a patrol officer in Zone 4 on evening watch?
Well, evening watch was the busiest time of day for police officers. So by the time I got to work, we would have a bunch of calls and pendings, calls holding for officers to respond to. So the first several hours of my day would be trying to knock down our pending of all the calls that came in previous before I came to work. So
Say that last part again, I didn't hear. The first part of your day was what?
was trying to help with the pending calls that were calls for service that were just sitting in the queue waiting on the officers to respond to. So the first half of my day was that, just trying to get the pending down. We would come in, it would be 30 calls in the pending back then. So and the second part was trying to play catch up until you learn how to work your day.
Now, as a patrol officer, did you actually investigate cases that occurred in Zone 4, or did you only respond to the cases?
No, my responsibility was a first responder, which is when someone calls 911, the first officer that responds to your house or whatever scene that the call was. I would take the initial report, and if it needed to be forwarded to a detective or an investigative unit, it would then be forwarded to the unit.
And what was the difference in what you did as a patrol officer and what you investigated in that same bad circumstance that you handed over?
Really, I was just the initial responding officer to gather whatever preliminary facts about whatever case or incident it was and document that, and that would then be forwarded to the investigators to further look into it, investigate crime.
As a first responder on evening watch in Zone 4,
I have no idea how this is relevant for her as an expert witness. This is her being a cop, not an expert. Not at all. Where's her specific training? Where's her degrees? Where is her unique qualification? Yeah, that's a good pause phrase. Hi, Dagon. I mean, this is so stupid. But, as I said, Judge Glanville has no spine.
how often did you have personal contact with the citizens of Zone 4?
All day, every day, all the time.
And was that contact only when you were arresting someone?
No.
Was it only when you were investigating a crime?
No.
What opportunities did you have to interact with the citizens of Zone 4 outside of arresting somebody or investigating a crime?
I kind of learned how to work my day. I wasn't a fan of answering 911 calls, accidents. So I just kind of became proactive where I would get out in our high crime areas, places where we knew people would loiter. I would just get out, talk to people, and, you know, if I was able to make an arrest, I would. If not, you know, just getting to know who was on my beat and the beat surrounding my beat was really my day. And by doing that, that kind of took me away from having to answer 911 calls.
Now,
Sorry, Ms. Love, one second. Is your microphone on?
this one?
Yes.
It's on, but I think that the battery is dead. I turned it on. It's on.
What kind of bad?
Maybe you can exchange the battery in the microphone for the battery of whatever you have up your ass. Thank you, Patty B, for being a member for a whole month. Nick, never stop being you. Here's the thing, folks. I'm too old, and I have very, very few fucks to give. Ta-da! Here's me.
does the court prefer that I wait or,
Or just go to that central mic so we can all hear you, because that's a problem, so.
okay. Am I heard if I speak right here?
Not as well as you probably were in the central mic. Hold on, I'm gonna see if it's working.
Is this better?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Now you said that you spent a lot of time getting to know your beat. Was it your goal when you were getting to know your beat to go out and make arrests? Was that your main priority?
No,
What was your priority when you went out to know your beat?
really, the priority was to stay away from 911 calls. I mean, if we're being honest. So if that included, just doing directed patrols, doing drop-ins, which is my business on my beat.
So this expert on gangs try to avoid doing work. How about that? Interesting. How,
Go into the stores, talk to store owners.
I mean, it might help the defense by just pointing these out. So, you flunked out of school, and then you became a cop who avoided taking on 911 calls.
Old guys sitting on the side of the building drinking, they give you a lot of information. So my priority wasn't to lock people up. I wasn't trying to be on I-20 doing accident reports.
All right. How long did you stay in patrol at Zone 4?
A little over a year.
Is that the normal time that a new officer stays at that level?
No,
What's usually the time? Is it more or less?
probably more.
So, did you get out generally earlier than normal?
I did.
All right. Now, what happened that caused you to leave patrol in Zone 4 earlier than normal?
I guess my supervisors figured me out and they put me on the 15, which is a field investigative team. It's plain clothes. You do proactive work. So
So you did so bad at your job, you were reassigned desk job. But you, Miss Whatever's, is an expert on gang. You lazy.
When you say figured you out, what do you mean?
they saw I wasn't answering 911 calls, so they used me in a better capacity.
When you say proactive work, please explain what you're talking about to the jury. What do you mean?
For me, just getting out your car, walking around, talking to groups of guys. Again, if it led to an arrest, it was an arrest. If it was a traffic stop that led to an arrest for seizure of guns, drugs, that's just what it was. It's just being just proactive, just getting out your car.
And did you want to get to know your community as well?
I did.
Did you live in that area while you worked in that area?
No, I actually lived in Zone 3 at the time.
What area of Zone 3 did you live in, generally speaking?
Carver Homes.
Does Carver Home still exist?
How
It
does?
does.
I mean, for better or worse, I think this is quite good for the defense by now, because Jesus Christ, how did I mean? I do labor. I know police unions and other unions and stuff like that. I know how hard it can be to fire a cop. How did she manage to keep her job? She's a lazy bum who doesn't like working. And yet here she is. I mean, this, if anything, and I've said this before, shows how ridiculously bad the prosecution's case is. If they bring her as an expert testifying she's bad at her job.
Would you tell the jury what the Georgia Peace Officer Standards and Training Council, or POST, is?
That's the council that certifies people to be police officers in the state of Georgia.
Yes, Sebastian Miller. At this point, the prosecution is proffing her as an expert witness. This is the Daubert-hearing in front of the jury. That's so stupid.
And were you post-certified while you worked at AED?
Yes.
Are there different post certifications or just one?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you have to do anything to remain post-certified while you were at APD?
Every year we would have in-service, which is your yearly certification that the police department gives you to keep your post certification. You'll be firearms qualifications, updates on Georgia law, stuff like that.
So mandatory.
And did you remain post-certified while you were at the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
Was main
How is that a ABC questions? Is there multiple correct answers? What do you have to do to pass? Is it enough to write your name? Is it enough to correctly spell your name? What do you need to do to remain qualified? Do you avoid killing innocent people? Congratulations, you're the cop of the year. What does that mean? Terry Patton just became a member. Thank you so much. Now you have access to all my members only content. Oh, thank you so much. And for everybody else who is considering it, it's $3 a month. That's it. And you have access to all my members only content. Thank you so much, Terry. Ken's counseling couch is here again. Nick, why did you choose a 70s prawn soundtrack to play over this? Well, I don't have that many tunes to choose from. I can play some medieval kind of stuff. I don't know. We can change it up a bit.
Obtaining post-certification a requirement of your employment at the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
And today's trial still haven't
When you said you were
started.
assigned
They're over
to
an
the
hour
field investigations
late.
team, when exactly
Some
did you start
reason.
in that group?
Roughly
Hey, look at
2000
that.
and
Belle Louise, thank you so much for becoming a member. Now you also have access to all my members only content. Yay! In my members only content, it's more about me, my farm, the renovations. So we get to know each other better. So you know more about me and where I come from and stuff like that. All right, thank you so much, Belle Louise. Or is it Belle Louise or Belle Louise? As I don't know. If I butcher your name, I'm sorry. I'm Swedish. I can't do anything about it. And
He's not an idiot. He's just Swedish.
4 maybe, late 2004, I believe.
All right. And what, personally, beyond what you've already explained, did you do within the field investigations team?
As far as day-to-day activities?
Yes.
Day-to-day activities would include, again, being proactive, doing drop-ins at our local businesses. We would respond to areas that were considered hotspots within the zones. That information would come through crime analysis and our supervisors. We would do low-level narcotics buys. Yeah, that's really it. Whatever was going on, or not whatever was going on, whatever area within the zone was considered a hotspot that week, that's the area that we would concentrate on, whether it was for robberies, drug sales.
And Daubert became a member. Wow, it's raining memberships now. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Now you also have members access to my members only content. And there should be a link for members only to my Discord, where you can keep talking about the cases I have followed, am following, and whatever future. Thank you so much, Adam.
Shootings, yeah, that's just the area that we will focus on.
And you said hotspot. Is there another phrase or term for hotspot? What does a hotspot mean?
Like a high crime area.
Okay. And you said that information came from crime analysts and supervisors?
Yes.
Is that information that the general public would have access to?
They looked hard enough, they could probably find it, but generally it was within APD.
All right. Did you only work within Zone 4 with the FIT team, or did you work all over the city of Atlanta?
We would cross borders sometimes, but for the most part, I maintained in Zone 4.
And is that where you were assigned during your entire tenure with the FIT team?
Yes.
Now, is the FIT team the same thing as the Red Dog unit at APD, or is that something totally different?
Absolutely not. It's completely different.
Oh, okay. Did they have anything to do with one another?
No.
And how long did you say you worked at FIT, in the FIT unit?
About 3 years, 3.5 years.
Were you always in plain clothes, or did you sometimes wear a uniform while you were working in that unit?
At that time, the only time I put on a uniform was to go to my extra job. Other than that, I was in jeans and a t-shirt.
Did having a uniform versus not having a uniform make your interactions with the citizens any easier or any harder, as you observed it?
Objection, relevance.
I'll rule the objection, sir.
My experience, I felt like the uniform kind of was a distraction. A lot of people would just look at the uniform, like they wouldn't look at the person.
I'll rule the objection, sir.
They would look at the uniform and not the person or what you were saying. So it became a lot easier for me just to even maneuver to get to talk to certain people in plain clothes, jeans and a t-shirt. It was a lot easier than the uniform and a patrol car.
And as a FIT officer, did you investigate crimes or did you respond to crimes, or did you do some hybrid? Both.
We did both. The high priority calls like the shootings or robberies, we would respond to, but we did conduct a lot of our own investigations.
And during your time in the FIT team, to your knowledge at that time, did your investigations ever involve gang activity that you knew of at that time?
Not from what my idea from where I grew up was actual gangs. So during that time, 2004 to 7, 8, I didn't, that wasn't my focus. I wasn't necessarily paying attention to it. So I didn't, obviously, because I didn't recognize anything that I was familiar with as far as gangs in Atlanta, so.
And again, what is it that you were familiar with or that you were looking for, would have expected to see as it relates to gangs, to tell you that there's gangs here in Atlanta at that time?
Probably the graffiti, the manner in which, people wore their clothes or their hats, the hand signs. That just wasn't, I wasn't focused on that because I didn't see those familiar signs here in Atlanta that I knew of.
Doing the math, if you stayed with FIT about 3.5, 4 years, did you leave in 2007?
Yes.
And what happened? Why did you leave the FIT team?
I was asked to go to the gang unit.
What year did you start in the gang unit at the Atlanta Police Department?
2007.
When you first joined the gang unit, what was your position there?
I was an officer.
Were there both officers and investigators in the gang unit?
Well, it was myself and one other officer, and the rest were detectives.
Yeah. By the way, the person who is training all the gang experts, who is the leader of the gang expert unit, is Detective Belknap, who you have already seen in this trial. He's an absolute fuckwit. I said 4-quad, YouTube's sensory machine. I said 4-quad. It's my accent. It makes my words sound different.
Would you tell the jury at that time what difference there was between an officer and an investigator in the gang? Was it the same as?
Money.
Oh. All right. So even as an officer in the gang unit, unlike as a patrol officer, in the gang unit, would you actually begin to investigate your own cases?
Not initially. I didn't really know what I was doing. It was just, you go to the gang unit, you had more freedom and access to move around the city, learn different parts of the city. So I didn't know much about gang investigations. I knew how to investigate a little bit just based on my time on the Zone 4 FIT team. So I just kind of reverted back to what I knew, which was being proactive and not necessarily working gang investigations because I wasn't aware of how to do it.
And you took me to the very next question. At that time, by the time you had reached the gang unit, when you first joined, had you had any formal training in criminal street gangs?
No.
Had you had any formal training in identifying or investigating criminal street gangs before joining the gang unit?
No, I didn't.
Do you know why you were assigned to the gang unit when you had no formal training in either gangs or criminal street gang activity?
Objection is also speculation.
I sustain the objection.
While in the gang unit, did you obtain any formal training on criminal street gangs in Atlanta?
Yes.
Now, when you joined the gang unit, did Georgia have a formal definition for a criminal street gang?
Right, that's called the law. I will object.
I sustain the objection.
Did you, at the time you joined the gang unit in Atlanta, were you aware of any formal definition of a criminal street gang utilized by the Atlanta Police Department?
No, I didn't know gangs existed in Georgia.
At this time, or at the time that you left the Atlanta Police Department, did the Atlanta Police Department use Georgia law's formal definition of a criminal street gang in making charging decisions in criminal cases?
You said at the time that I left?
Yes.
Yes.
And again, when you first joined
Is
the gang unit,
person
did you know of any formal definition of criminal street gang activity?
Sustained.
Is there a distinction between criminal street gangs and criminal street gang activity? Your Honor, I have to ask to test her knowledge as it relates to what she.
It's not accurate. It's law.
I sustain the objection. I sustain the objection, madam. She may be able to, I don't think it's
I'll
right.
rephrase.
All right.
During your time in the gang unit, as you progressed, did you recognize in your work, did you employ a distinction between criminal street gangs and criminal street gang activity?
Yes.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about what training, if any, that you got while you were at the gang. First, let's start off. How long were you an officer in the gang?
I went to the gang unit in 2007. I was promoted to detective in.
How did she get a promotion? She's been absolutely rubbish at her work up until then. I don't even know how she managed to avoid getting fired. And I'm saying that who does labor law? And then she got a promotion, and then they put her in the gang unit, probably because she makes less damage there. Jesus Christ.
Shoot, don't give me the line. Maybe 12 or 2012, maybe 13. I'm not exactly sure the dates, but from 07 to I was promoted to sergeant in 2016. That entire time I was in the gang unit as an officer and a detective, so from 2007 to 2016.
While at the gang unit, what were your sources of information for gangs and gang activity if you had no formal training before you?
Once I got the training, I mean, I got to know a lot of people within the community, good and bad. And a lot of my gang knowledge information really came from them. We did have meetings with other jurisdictions and information sharing within our department and our unit. But if we're just speaking about Georgia gangs, the gangs within Atlanta,
Yes.
a wealth of my information just came from the community and gang members themselves.
So let's break that down just a little bit. When you say it came from your contact with people in the community, good and bad, what do you mean when you use those terms in this context?
Just normal citizens, people that don't commit crimes. And then when you commit a crime, just interviews with suspects, people who are arrested, you do get a lot of information from that as well.
At the time, at the time that you joined the gang unit,
Mhm.
What were the focuses? What did the gang unit mainly do within the city of Atlanta?
I would say relevant, Your Honor, is what I'm talking about, get relevant.
Your Honor, it's
So
relevant.
question.
It's relevant.
Just found out that the court has started, but they are having issues with the court feed because apparently after hours in the Atlanta courthouse, they are doing some kind of movie. And that has forked things up. So the media setup for the trial has suffered because of that. So the trial has actually started, but we can't see it because of that. But I will having it all. Apparently, I know this from Kathy Russen from Law and Crime, who just tweeted it out.
Establishing background, the juror has to gauge.
I sustain the objection, sir.
You sustain it, Your
No,
Honor?
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Thank you.
All right.
At the time that you joined the gang unit, what was the primary focus of the gang unit? What type of investigation?
I don't know what they was doing, honestly. I know we had a couple of people that did homeland security.
So you didn't actually apply to the gang unit. You were assigned to the gang unit because apparently there is where all the absolutely useless cops end up, so they don't make too much damage in the rest of the. And for you who don't know, remember Detective Quinn? Remember Detective Velasquez? Those two cling and clang detectives are having a true crime show on TV or something like that. Detective Velasquez, under oath on this witness stand in this trial, admitted he destroys evidence. He admitted on the stand that when witnesses make statements he doesn't like or believe is a lie, or if he wants something else, he deletes those recordings. He only saves the recordings when he believes the witnesses' statements are truthful, or as I want to put it, when it suits him. I don't know what kind of show he runs with Detective Quinn. I don't care. It should be named Two Crooked Cops, in my opinion.
Investigations involving threats against officers or organized crime. It wasn't street gang investigations, to my knowledge. It was, they were doing some other stuff.
And what type of formal training did you get while you were in the gang unit? If any at all, on criminal street gangs and recognizing, identifying criminal street gang activity?
My first couple of years within the gang unit, I did a little bit of training, just gang identification.
A little
It
bit
was
of
roughly
training.
40 hours or so within my first couple of years. And after that,
You have 40 hours of training regarding gangs the first years there. This is so stupid.
I was just
Hi,
sadly too
Lisa.
busy within
Good to see you.
investigations to kind of do much formal training.
Let's talk about that 40 hours that you did get. What type of information did you learn during that 40 hours of gang training that you did get, formal 40 hours?
Just the basic gang identifiers, how to recognize a gang, crimes that gangs generally committed. I'm not going to say that it was worth anything, but a lot of the instructors were not from Atlanta or worked the Atlanta area, so a lot of the information was really general, loosely based on national criminal street gangs, the traditional gangs.
Were you educated about the laws of the state of Georgia in that training? And
Yes.
were you educated about how to apply the laws?
I stand the form. You can rephrase now.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Did you learn about the laws of Georgia as they relate to criminal street gangs?
Yes.
I stand objection, Mr. Form.
Yes, Your Honor. What kind of information did you learn as far as laws were concerned during your training with the gang unit, your formal training?
The Georgia laws regarding criminal street gangs.
Did you learn anything at all about applying those laws?
We did. We learned basically what the state considered to be a gang and what particular crimes or activities were considered criminal street gang activity. There was a difference between the actual two. There's two separate meanings.
And did you use that lesson, those lessons that you received during your formal training on a consistent basis while performing your duties within the gang unit?
Yes.
I will rule the objection.
Yes.
Did the gang unit that you described when you first went there doing different things, did it continue operating in that manner, or at some point did it shift its focus?
Definitely think it shifted its focus roughly 2010 or so.
What types of things led you to recognize a shift in the focus of the gang unit?
During our daily activities or investigations of various crimes that were not initially considered, gang related, we began to see identifiers of gangs now operating in the city of Atlanta. We would see graffiti. At that time, social media became more.
Sir, you have an objection, sir? Basic.
History is irrelevant. History is irrelevant. The biggest understanding.
Her background is what?
It's relevant, sir. I'm gonna rule your objection, okay? You may have a continuing objection, sir.
Please continue.
Social media started to become a thing. It was new. It was new to us. So we did rely on a lot of social media information to the intelligence gathering. Our local gang members at the time would bolster their gang affiliations on social media, which kind of, was surprising to us because we really hadn't seen that before in that manner. So around that time is when we kind of start putting pieces together with people that we had already previously identified for particular crimes throughout the city. They were now identifying themselves as part of whatever particular gang.
When you said that you began to,
Let me hear the question first.
when you said that you began to recognize identifiers, what was it that allowed you and the other members of the gang unit that you worked with to recognize things that you had not recognized before?
I'm gonna allow it, Mr. Steele.
You may answer.
Well, definitely the training that we had received and the understanding of, my understanding of the law. We would see kids wearing T-shirts and hats and stuff with acronyms and words under it, and the involvement that we had within the community to just get out and talk to people or ask, what does that mean? they were pretty proud about, telling us what it was and what it meant.
We're not asking us to listen.
Yeah, I'm not overruled objection. Overruled. Overruled. Did you get those people, Christina? Okay, all right.
You may continue. So you said that they would talk to you.
Overruled, sir.
Please continue with what you were saying.
I don't even know what I was saying. I'm sorry.
You said that the people, did you
Overruled,
say
sir.
that the people that you interacted with would talk to you? You were saying
Correct.
how you were describing your interaction.
Correct. Yeah, just getting out talking to folks, not just people you're arresting, but just normal citizens within the communities, grandmas and uncles who.
That I'll sustain.
In terms of beginning to recognize signs of criminal street gang activity,
Mhm.
What else, if anything, allowed you to recognize things and signs that you had not recognized before, besides training, formal training?
Yeah, definitely the different clothing that we would see.
This must be the most stupid thing I've heard since the pinch and zoom expert. This person who claims she was in the street gang, reach around, fondle each other group, claims she didn't see gang affiliated clothing and signs until after social media entered the picture. Are you serious? What did you do, Miss Fartface? I have no idea what name she has. What did you do the first 3 or 4 years? If social media made you aware that Bloods have red, or that whatever hand signs you discovered graffiti through social media after 10 years as a Atlanta police detective officer, whatever's. But social media made you see, oh, there's gang clothes. Miss, whoever you are, understand, when you try to pat your on the shoulder, do you sometimes miss and slap yourself? Now, how incredibly stupid this might seem, I think this is good for the defense, because there are people as jurors there that will wonder, how am I making $50 a day sitting on this damn jury, and this lady got promoted to detective and worked in the gang unit and didn't discover gang signs and gang clothes and gang graffiti until after social media? Seriously? I need to get to the United States. I need to get myself some training, and I will become a professional expert witness, because it seems in the Atlanta region, I can train myself for 3 weeks. I do 40 hours of gang expert thingy. I take 40 hours of maybe tool mark thingy, and then 40 hours of something else. Then I will hire myself out to defense and to prosecutors as an expert witness for $400 an hour. I would make bank in Atlanta. Jesus Christ.
Certain people start to wear the social media with the post, and you can add a caption to it. A lot of that during that time
they're
was,
actually only making
this is my
25
gang,
bucks
and
a day.
hand signals that
And
we
they
weren't
don't even
accustomed to
get
seeing.
lunch.
Graffiti
from
throughout the
the court.
neighborhoods. At the time, 2011, 10, 11, 12, we had a lot of school fights that really weren't a thing before, because during our daily duties, we would respond to a lot of schools. try to do preventative
all
gang work. So
Mr. Jingle
we did see an uptick in,
Dogs gang.
I don't want to say gang fights,
You
but two
know.
groups of kids fighting. We would see that.
Did you know that, Mr.
And when you
Jingle,
were
you're a
involved in
gang
working in the
leader?
gang unit,
Oh,
did
he's
you
asleep.
consider it a crime to just simply be in a group wearing the same shirts as you described earlier?
Objection to witness considering a crime.
Your Honor,
What's the basis for your objection, sir?
The law could go beyond what a witness can testify about. Jury's making a decision.
Okay, I got you.
Your Honor,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
it goes to her qualifications and knowledge in this area.
I'll rule the objection.
Of course you do.
You may answer the question now.
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
Regarding today's trial, in the courthouse, they have issues with the technology. They have a streaming pool, which Law and Seaward and 11 Alive and Fox Atlanta are all pulling from. Apparently, there has been a film crew in the courthouse after hours, and when they came to court today, their equipment didn't, the pool, the video thingy didn't work. So the court have started today. We just can't see it. So that's what we are waiting for while we go through Thursday for today's trial. But sadly, this means the court has actually started. They don't care that we can see it because whoever is in that building can see it. So when the technology is solved, well, we probably missed out on most of today's court. Yeah, Jill, I agree. Because how infuriatingly boring sometimes this is. I want to see it so I can translate and explain and have snark and everything. But if I'm missing 2 hours of today's court, I can't tell you about it and why things doesn't make sense.
I apologize.
And when you were involved in working in the area, did you consider it a crime to just simply be in wearing the same shirts as you described earlier?
No.
Did you arrest people for making hand signs?
No.
Did you arrest people for using certain hashtags?
Continuing objection.
Yes, you may, sir.
You arrest some unknown person for doing something.
Day 63 already. This trial going 6 months. Dagon 3. This trial will not end this year. I can tell you that already. It will not end this year. Let's go back a few seconds.
Continuing objection.
Yes, you may, sir.
You arrest some unknown person for doing something, some unknown sign.
Your Honor,
Object.
She's got to lay a foundation, so you can object. I'll go ahead and make a continued objection, okay?
There's no foundation for arrest.
Overrule, sir.
I'm going to object.
Overrule, sir.
when you were describing what you saw and recognized as signs of gangs appearing, what other signs did you see besides the ones that you just described to the jury?
I mean, off the top of my head, I think those were the main ones. I may be missing a couple.
On the
but I
top
think
of
those
your
are
head?
the main
No.
ones.
Did you ever
That's
hear
not
any
echo.
language that was used by groups of people consistently that was sort of different from the average?
Objection.
Invade and hearsay.
I'll sustain as to leading. The other two I'll overrule. So you can rephrase, please.
Thank you, Judge. Were there any linguistic styles that you noticed as signs of gang presence?
Yes.
Describe what you mean when you say yes.
We, at the time, again, social media was a very informative tool that we used. You would see gang language from Bloods to Crips, the usage for Bloods not using the letter C. So they would cross out certain letters that were synonymous to rival gangs like the Crips and replace it with a B or an X. We would see Crips doing the same thing. They wouldn't use the letter B in language that in raps, hashtags, captions, even on graffiti. We would see graffiti being crossed out if in certain neighborhoods that we knew a particular gang operated in, we would see the next day they have an X through it. So yeah, it was definitely in the language that they used, slang.
Did you see any correlation between those signs that you saw and any particular criminal activity in areas of Atlanta?
Are you asking what particular areas that we see it in?
Yes.
When I went to gangs, we were citywide, so that was my first time really able to cross the borders of Zone 4.
I'm streaming live.
Zone 4
but
definitely had a lot
this
of
is
blood
recap from
gangs
yesterday
within it.
because
We
the
did have
court
some
has
gangster
issued
disciples around Fairmont
with
Road area.
technology today.
Zone 3 was predominantly Bloods, but we did still have a lot of hybrid neighborhood gangs that weren't really identifying with traditional national gangs.
Did agencies or units within the Atlanta Police Department share information as it related to gang intelligence?
Yes.
Would you explain how that occurred?
Yeah, so we would have monthly meetings with surrounding jurisdictions that included DeKalb County, Clayton County, Fulton County, and it was really just information.
First hour and a half of her, or hour of her barely getting by, telling the jury how incompetent she was at her work. She was so incompetent they put her in the gang unit. Now, all of a sudden, these things become automatic for her. Why? It's rehearsed, in my opinion. Question and answer is rehearsed. That is why we are hearing a clear difference now compared with just maybe 10 minutes ago. Hi, Teddy O'Hearn. Hey, Ghostery. Yeah, they are having technical issues in the courthouse. So the trial has started for today, but they are not streaming because the streaming equipment doesn't work. Apparently, there's been a film crew filming after hours in the courthouse, and that apparently affected the streaming equipment in the courthouse. So Louis Thomas asks, I wonder how long the very first RICO case took to complete. That was in the late 70s, early 80s. It was in New York. Now, they've had RICO trials before that, but it was former Mayor Giuliani who, as a prosecutor, made it successful in New York. And his first RICO trial was against parts of the New York mob. And he got 5 or 7 convictions in 2 weeks. 2 weeks for New York mob. This trial has been going on for 4.5 months now. And it's garbage, in my opinion. I'm still waiting for Law and Seaward. I'm looking at Atlanta News first. And I'm also looking at Fox first at 11 Alive. But I don't see actual trial stream. So, no. Let's see if, no. Nope. Sorry. So, this is still a recap from Thursday. Usually, if the court had started, I would have skipped over a bunch of this because, yeah. So, but we might as well go through the clusterfuck. I said, this is, you can't un-F a cluster F. Coincidentally, you can have this mug yourself through my merch store. I have one of those. So let's get through this. We're past 2 hours. And it's, I'm already demonetized by, no, I'm green again. YouTube can't make up their mind.
Sharing. At the time, criminals didn't necessarily
Hi,
have
Hippo Press.
a border in which they stayed in. If you're a criminal,
How
they
are you
operated
doing?
everywhere. So we definitely had to come together and collaborate with information gathering to try to put a hold on crime.
And what kind of information did you all share within these monthly meetings with other law enforcement agents?
Gang trends, crimes, really gangs and crime trends.
What sort of crime trends did you, within the gang unit begin, if any at all, did you begin to recognize during the time that you actually started to see signs of gang presence in Atlanta?
Definitely the smash and grabs. That was the first real trend that I saw. We had guys that operated within Atlanta that would drive cars through buildings and steal blue jeans, steal flat screens. That went on for several years. I mean, at least 4 years of the smash and grab robberies and burglaries were the thing here in Atlanta.
And how, if at all, did you correlate that with the rise in gang presence? How did you all within the unit make any kind of connection between the two?
Well, once we arrested a few people and we previously identified them as being associated with neighborhood cliques or hyper gangs, that kind of made the connection of almost like a spider web of once you kind of find one or two, you definitely find the other 6 or 7 guys. So just previous run-ins with gang members, whether it's during an arrest or just general contact, citizen contact.
Would the general public have access to the information you shared with other law enforcement agencies in these gang intelligence meetings that you held monthly?
No.
Did you have access to any other sources of gang intelligence during your time with the gang unit besides information sharing sessions?
I can't think of any right now.
When you made arrests in certain crimes, did you all collect evidence that contained anything that informed you about gangs? Like,
Yeah.
And what type of evidence?
Later on, we started finding a lot of gang Bibles, which are basically the bylaws that the gangs operate off of. We would find, again, like I stated, the T-shirts and the hats with gang insignias and markings on them. I think that's about it that I can think of right now.
Were cell phones being used in the time?
Absolutely.
Cell
Cell
phone
phones.
is the form. You can rephrase.
Yes, Your Honor. Did you ever collect anybody's cell phone?
Yeah, cell phones were very informative and key pieces of evidence when gaining gang activity or signs about gang activity.
Why?
Well, the camera phones and were being used to memorialize gang activity. If a person was arrested and there was probable cause to search their cell phones, we would apply for search warrants, get that information back from cell phone companies, and do a search of the actual phone, and we would find a lot of evidence regarding gang activity.
Did you ever get search warrants for other things like social media?
Yes.
What was the purpose for getting a search warrant for a social media?
It's after 8 p.m. over here.
That's the same
I'm
question.
having
Let me-
beers.
A little more foundation.
Why were y'all interested in people's social media sites?
Just based on the information that the user would put out. If our focus was gang, if our focus was gang activity, our local gang members were making it known to put it on social media so it could be displayed to the public. So it was definitely a key piece of evidence that we wanted. There would also be direct messages, which is like a DM feature within social media where you can communicate with anyone who was on your page, whether they were local or from around the world. And that information was very key in gathering information about national street gangs and the traditional gangs that were not operating in Georgia at the time. We did get a lot of information from the direct messages and text messages within cell phones.
Was the information you were able to get when you got a search warrant any different than that anybody could look at on a public site?
No, direct messages are private. It's just between the two users. Unless the person, displays the message, it's just between those two users.
So did the general public have access to that information you were able to obtain about gangs through social media search warrants and the like?
No.
I'll stand the objection. Ms. Thurlow, I think we're in need of a break at this point in time. As I understand, I have it on good authority. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take
All right. Yeah, Melissa, I see Infamous Sylvia has a stream up. Here's the thing. I don't know her. I don't want to stream from her channel because I don't know how she operates her channel. I don't know, because if she starts doing commentary, then, I will be infringing on her. So I'm desperately trying to find some channel, because Law and Seaward, that's not up. Let's see if I can find something. Yeah, all I have at the moment is the infamous Sylvia. So if you want to see live without commentary, you're more than welcome. I'm here because I provide commentary to the trial itself. I don't want to infringe on Sylvia's doing this live because I don't know how she operates her channel. I haven't asked for permission to re-stream from her channel. So it would be very disrespectful to me to do that. What I will do is at least reach out to her because if I can do 11 Alive, I can do Fox 4 Atlanta, I can do Law and Crime, Court TV, all the bigger news channels, but not private YouTube channels without having permission first. So I'll reach out and then maybe recap the things that the other news channels doesn't get through. So I completely understand if you want to see whatever live there is from today. I will get a hold of it to do a recap. But as I said, I don't want to infringe on infamous Sylvia, because if she managed to find something I didn't, good on her. Great for her. And I support people who find stuff wholeheartedly. I have no objections, and as I said, I don't want to infringe on her success. So we'll keep doing yesterday's recap until I found...
Recess until 11 o'clock, we'll come back, okay? All right.
I will do.
All right.
Keep doing the bigger news channels until I get permission from her, because it might be so that the bigger channels simply don't get online. Oh, she's not doing commentary, she's in the courtroom. Oh. Okay. Let's see. Let's see if I... Dun, dun, dun. Oh, I can't follow. I can't DM her on Twitter either. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. And she isn't very active on the Twitters as well. Yeah, I mean, this must be, I'm looking at it, and it seems to be the same pool that everybody else gets from. So, decision. No, I will let her channel be. If you want to see it live, go right ahead. And, but then I will do a recap or video. Here's the thing, I will check it out, and if it's anything that is remotely interesting for those what I miss, I will do something with it. But yeah, so until then, I will keep recapping from day 63. So let's go ahead.
Thank you, Sergeant Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Oh, okay. I see.
All right, you may continue.
Thanks, Judge. And I keep wanting to call you Detective Gator. What do I need to call you?
Just call me Gator. Look here.
Okay.
Either one.
Not Ms. Gator.
Whatever you feel.
We were talking about when we left for lunch, the information.
Don't yet, don't.
I'm sorry. Freudian slip. My apologies. Freudian slip. We were talking before we left for break about social media information gathered through search warrants. How many social media accounts would you say you've had access to over the years during your time with the gang unit?
I mean, look at others or my own.
No, where you got a search warrant to look at social media accounts to help you learn more about anyone's participation in particular activity.
We started with the social media roughly 2011 or so. We really started getting in depth with it. So from 2011 to really when I retired in 2020, probably hundreds, honestly. It's a lot.
And was it from only one site, or did that
No.
information you had access to vary?
Oh yeah, it varied different sites. We've received information from Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat. Was it Bumble or Bimble? Not familiar with the TikToks. That's new to me. But back then the MySpace and the Facebooks and Twitter were the popular ones.
And how many cell phone extractions or data dumps have you had access to since you worked as a detective and officer in the gang?
That got to be several hundreds over my time.
Were those cell phone data extractions information that the general public had access to?
No.
Did they give you useful information in investigating gang activity here in Atlanta?
Absolutely.
When people were arrested or detained for crimes in Atlanta, where is it that they're taken? For felonies, generally.
Generally, Fulton County Jail.
And are you able to, during your time at the Atlanta Police Department, were you able to have access to calls that were made from the Fulton County Jail?
Yes.
How were you able to get that access?
We would have to receive, obviously, permission from, I believe, the sheriff, whatever sheriff that is, or administrator of the jail. Once granted permission, we would have access to, what was that? Maybe Securus. I believe Securus was the name of the system that the jail used to allow inmates to make phone calls, and we had access to that.
Did you have to log into the system with your own personal password given to you by the administrator?
Yes.
Did the general public have access to that information that you gave?
No.
And what kind of information, if any at all, did you get from jail calls while working in the gang?
Jail calls were very important as well, especially the ones that were made.
About in the pre-trial Daubert hearing, one of them, they proffered a guy who worked in the jail as in their gang unit, who tried to solicit the same kind of testimony as this woman is doing. No, Tamery, this is not live. I don't have access to Law and Crime, 11 Alive, Fox 4 Atlanta are also having issues. I see there is another channel that somehow got access, but I can't use her footage because she is a private YouTube channel and I don't want to infringe on her. So this is a recap from yesterday while we wait. Yeah, the guy they tried to proffer as a gang expert who worked in the jail as a member of that gang, but he was a proffered, and he said the exact same thing as this woman is doing. So I don't understand how the judge is even allowing this to continue. It's stupid.
Really early on when a person was arrested, they
Basis.
For foundation, I don't have any of these jail calls.
Oral, sir.
the calls that were made from intake, they're labeled as intake, and those are
Objection, Your Honor. The individual case.
I overrule your objection, sir.
Consider objection.
You may, sir.
the intake calls for us were the most raw and important ones.
Hey,
because
long
that's when
time
person's,
is up.
first get into the jail, they're calling whatever loved one, the person they want to talk to,
But
and generally
they
we get
are
the
on
most information from that.
Basis, sir.
a comfort break.
She hasn't given any.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, sir.
All right. And what, if anything, did you do with the information you gathered from jail calls, social media, cell phone extractions, as it related to your role with the gang unit?
Objection, compound question.
I'll stand as the form. You can rephrase mine.
What did you do with the information you gained from jail calls as they related to your role with the Atlanta Police Department and the gang unit?
We would definitely save them, download them to our computer, and add them to the investigative
Law and
files.
C-word is up.
Now, when you
for
say
today,
added to the investigative file, would that be?
but they are having a
file on
comfort break, so
particular
we can
people,
keep
or
doing
just general
this.
file?
Well, if the person was in jail,
For a while more.
obviously for a crime, so
We all know
generally
the
we would,
family's comfort break.
during our investigations, we would make a
It
file
says 10
folder,
minutes,
and we
there
would
are half
download
an hour.
whatever jail calls or social media, cell phone extractions, and put it either on a disk or a jump drive and add it to whatever investigative file as to memorialize information and keep it.
How many jail calls would you say you listened to? Did you listen to while you were at the Atlanta Police Department and the gang unit?
I don't know. It's a lot. A lot.
Is it over 100?
Well over 100.
Does it exceed 1,000?
Probably close to. It's a lot. I couldn't give you an exact number, but that was a very important tool that we used.
And you said that you put in the file. What would you do with the file once you completed your investigation?
We would put it in the file cabinet.
Did you give it over to the DA's office after an arrest was made?
Oh, I'll stand objection. You can rephrase.
Did you just leave it in the file cabinet?
No, if the case went further or, the DA's office wanted it, we would forward it to them or make a copy for them. It wasn't a secret file that we only kept if, the DA needed a lawyers, we would definitely give it to them.
Besides the difference in pay, what other differences existed between your role that you served as an officer in the gang unit and your role that you served as an investigator in the gang unit?
No difference.
So what was it that got you promoted? Got anybody promoted?
So she got a promotion on paper and extra pay, but her what? What? What did you do with the file? We put it in the file. I mean, this is so dumb. Why aren't more people applying to be a law enforcement officer in Atlanta, where you can avoid doing work, get assigned after a few years to the gang unit, get promoted within the gang unit, and still do no work? What is the average pay? I'm going to look this up. Average pay gang unit Atlanta detective. Dun dun dun. Let's see here. Okay. Homicide detective makes 55,000 a year. That's not, that's actually not much. The average police detective salary in Atlanta, Georgia is 34,000 as of March 2024. No wonder they only get stupid people. That's so bad. But then I see detective salary in Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah, you can see here. There are so many different okay, here it says average 100,000. Not including dental, health insurance, pay time off. Hold on. Oh. They have over 100 job openings for criminal investigator. No wonder with that pay. All right. Yeah, this is more believable. Yeah, around or above 100,000 a year for a detective in Atlanta, Georgia. But I honestly think I'm too clever. Okay, 11 Alive is up and running now. Yeah, but they are still on a comfort break. So let's continue.
Take the test and you pass. You're promoted.
Did experience have anything to do with it? Like your time in the gang unit?
Well, you couldn't apply to be a detective. I believe you had to be on.
Oh,
for,
the national median.
At the
Yeah,
time,
that
maybe
could be
5
true.
years, like 4 or 5 years. You had to be employed.
National median means they calculate all officers, no matter if they work full-time or part-time. Some rural areas only have part-time cops. So, yeah. Hence the low median average.
For the department before taking the test.
So as an officer with the gang unit, would you do any more or the same type work that you did?
Yes,
in
jury
officer
members
patrol work?
in this trial
As
are
far as
making
investigations.
$25 a day, and they don't even get lunch.
It was more closer to
in
the
that.
15 work, patrol.
not
I
reimbursed
just erased that part of my
for
life.
travel.
I just wasn't doing that.
So they are
But
more
it
than
was
paying
closer to 15
to
work
be on this jury.
rather than patrol.
Were there any particular parts of Atlanta that you had more interaction with as related to other parts of Atlanta during your time with the gang unit? Did you focus or concentrate on any area at all?
One of the most crimes were zone 3, 1, and 4. So we did a lot of work in Probably zone 3 was the most. It was really all over the city, but zone 3 and zone 1 and 4 were the hot zones for crime.
Did the information that you were able to gather during your time as a patrol officer and officer serve you in any way while you were at the game?
Absolutely.
In what ways?
Just prior relationships that I built, talking to members of the community, people I arrested in the past. Just those relationships definitely help with information gathering.
Were you in plain clothes all the time during your game unit tenure? Did you wear a uniform sometimes?
No, we very rarely were uniform. Maybe 2 or 3 times.
You just sat
within
around
a
drinking
couple of weeks
coffee and
throughout my entire time
gang,
there that we
not
actually had to
gang,
wear
that's
uniform.
gang,
Probably for
that's not
detail,
gang,
but
that's gang,
we were
that's not
primarily
gang.
plain clothes.
When you met with people in the community, did you make it known that you were a gang unit officer or detective during your time in the gang unit?
She made
No, I think the ones that knew me, but I didn't display it like I'm a gang detective.
around
They just knew me as
the
G.
house calls.
They call you what?
G.
G?
You didn't
How-
answer, ask names.
I'll overrule the objection, sir.
How much contact, how many self-identified gang members did you have contact with during your time in the gang? Just outside of arrests, just normal.
There will be confrontation clause endings.
I'm not asking her what anybody said.
Yeah, I'll overrule the objection, sir.
And you're on as far as a foundation for what we're doing.
Yes.
We're not doing anything.
Mr. Steele, please don't speak. Okay, don't speak your objection. Give me a basis and then I'll move on, okay?
Or hearsay, say specifically what the person tell you.
I'm, okay, it's part of foundation. I'm gonna overrule your objection, sir.
So how much contact did you have with people? who
And they are
identified
doing this in front of the jury.
Throughout my tenure in gangs, I mean,
It's
hundreds.
so
against
it's
the law.
What did
incomprehensible.
you just say?
It's not against the law to be in a gang. So if that's what you're asking.
And how readily did self-identifying gang members interact with you?
Paddy B, so court hasn't started yet and they're already on a comfort break. Here's the thing. According to Kathy Russon, who is the producer at Law and C Network, they have had issues with the pooled stream from the courthouse. So the trial have started and have probably been ongoing for a good hour before the current comfort break. We just don't know what happened during that hour.
After you got in the gang as opposed to while you were in bid for on patrol?
Fit, I can't say I did much gang investigations, but once I was in gangs, it was often, I mean, just general conversation.
General
Did
conversation.
you ever gain information from self-identifying gang members about the gang that they identified with?
Yes.
How
Did
often
they
were you
lie?
Privy to that kind of information?
Yes,
I
whatever.
think once I
your name
became
is,
more
expert.
seasoned as a detective and even an officer, when we would conduct interviews, whether it was gang members as victims or witnesses, I kind of made it a point to ask them questions regarding the gang because that was not my focus being in the gang unit. So it wasn't just about whatever incident or crime we were investigating at the time. If I knew them to be a gang member or an associate, I would definitely ask questions regarding the gang.
Is the information you gained during those interactions information that the general public had access to?
No.
While working with the gang unit, did you employ any standard protocol for identifying associates or members of the gang unit?
Yeah, we would kind of follow what the state of Georgia recognized as what a criminal street gang was.
And when you were looking at groups of people determining gang affiliation, was there any certain number?
And remember, they are proffing her as an expert witness before she's going to testify as a fact witness. This is all bolstering for her factual knowledge about one of the charges in this RICO arrangement. I can't for the life of me understand why this is even remotely allowed.
That were affiliated with the group that you had to, for your purpose, meet before you identified a group as a gang.
While you're on it.
I speak about the methods that she used.
I will the objection, sir.
You
Was
said
there-
a particular number?
Yes, before you identified a group as a gang. In other words, for APD purposes, did a gang have to consist of a certain number of people, a
Yeah.
group rather?
Yes.
What was that number?
3 or more persons.
And those 3 or more people have to have any
3 or more persons, that's not even a poker table.
particular characteristics per APD standards to be identified as a gang.
Yes.
And what were some of those characteristics that they had had.
APD standards are relevant.
Your Honor, we can ask, Your Honor, about what laws they followed, but we are trying to establish the basis for this.
I'm over the objection, sir. Let me answer the question now.
What characteristics or what things did you look for in order to determine if a group that can?
Hey, Hip Hop Press says, I thought she was called for the impeachment of DK's testimony. Yeah, she is. She is called as both a fact witness regarding DK's testimony and an expert witness because apparently she's in the gang unit. The prosecution is choosing to proffer her as an expert on gang activity first. And this is bolstering of her testimony. Now, the judge told the jury they can't, they have to separate her as an expert and as a fact witness, which is stupid. This shouldn't be allowed. And this is gang expert number 6, by the way. Pre-trial, they already proffered 5 people as gang experts. This is a new one. That is why they're having this Daubert hearing now, in the middle of the trial.
Listed of 3 or more people.
In
Or
front of
again,
the
for
fucking
APD
jury.
For APD purposes, we have a 6-point criteria that we use. I can try to remember it word for word, but it's been a little bit of time. If a person self-admits that they're a gang member, we would consider that as a factor. If we receive information from an unattested informant that the person is associated or a member of a gang, we use that. If a person identifies themselves by the style of clothing, monikers,
Okay, it
hand
seems
signals,
like they have
we use that.
gathered for today.
If a person
Court stream
frequents
is
a particular neighborhood or area.
So I know this will keep going for the rest of the day of Thursday. I'm about to sneeze. And I woke somebody up. Hello, Mr. Jingles. Hey, did I wake you up? You look so happy being awake by my sneezing. Hello, Mr. Jingles. Are you cuddly today? No, you're not. Ow, ow, ow. So, yeah. Let's actually go to today's trial. Okay, folks, we are live from today. Well, 2 minutes behind. Sound. Jury is called. I wonder what kind of idiot we will hear from today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, we're going to continue with the examination of our witness. Go ahead, madam.
Investigator Gaither, when I left, I was asking you about the videos that you spoke of that you personally observed references to particular gangs and criminal activities or acts of violence. Were those references that you observed, were they always direct and obvious, overt acts of violence that were being talked about?
Your Honor, I don't have the.
I sustain the objection, sir.
While you were with the Atlanta Police Department, were your involvement with gangs limited to acts by individuals, or did you ever see conflict between 2 rival gangs?
Both.
Now, when we were talking about ABG and when we first learned of its existence, did ABG exist before you knew of YSL?
Yes,
And during the time that ABG existed, did they display symbols for sex, money, murder?
yes, they did. I was one of their signals or signs that they used.
And have you, during your time as a law enforcement officer with the Atlanta Police Department, ever observed members of what later became YSL interacting with, in an amicable way, members of ABG?
Yes.
Would you describe when that time was that you observed that?
I would say it was 2011, 12, maybe a little earlier than that.
I thought that YSL hadn't even formed at 2011 or earlier than that. This is so stupid. I'm Judge Glanville, you spineless coward. Why are you allowing this charade to continue? Why? For the love of the whatever entity you're praying to. Why? Why? This is so stupid. The first questions she got wrong.
What sorts of circumstances did you see later YSL members interacting with ABG members?
We would see them on music videos. There were several artists
Not
within
illegal.
Atlanta Blood Gang, ABG,
Not illegal.
that would
Be on
make
video with other
music
people.
videos as well as like behind the scene blogs that captured, you know, everything that was going on during the making of the video. So we would see a lot of, you know, everybody from all neighborhoods would come and basically be in the music videos and the blog.
Who are some of the people that you identified in those blog videos that were either associated with YSL later on
Mhm.
or ABG?
I'd like to see the actual video.
What's the objection, sir?
Application was objected.
Overrule.
Go ahead, you may speak.
Oh,
Who are some of those people?
it was a lot. We would see Mr. Williams, Jeffrey Williams in a video, Mr. Trontavious Stevens, Donovan.
There's no way this is not rehearsed. No way this is not rehearsed. Both question and answer. No effing way this is not rehearsed.
Thomas, Justin Ushery, who had the rap name Bloody J. Seen Kenneth Copeland in some videos. I can't remember Micah's.
Oh, hell no, hip hop press. For every time the judge sustains a defense objection, take shot. No. Now, all of you can watch my commentary for free. Now, if you want entertainment, I need incentive. For instance, in the background, I have this. The Wheel of Regrets. Now, currently, we are at $24 in memberships and gifted memberships. If we reach $50 in super chats, gifted memberships, or memberships, I will make a spin on the wheel. So that will be a part of the entertainment. If you haven't seen this before, this is the Wheel of Regrets. Just for your entertainment. Let's make a trial spin here. What would have happened if we have breached the $50 mark? Well, then I would have taken a vodka shot. But we aren't there yet. But if we get there, things can be even more spicy than it has been so far.
Last name, but
Do you know Micah Anderson?
yes, I'm sorry. Yes, Micah Anderson. He was also a well-known local rapper. Micah Anderson. Archuleta Bennett, Archillian Bennett, yes.
Okay.
Why is the prosecutor reminding
Atlanta
her of
Blood
names?
Gang.
Because she's cheating, and the judge is allowing it.
Walter Murphy. I mean, it would literally be hundreds of guys in these videos. I mean, those are the,
Not illegal.
I'm sorry, those are just the
people
ones
to
I can think
be
of, just
in music
right off the top
videos.
of my head.
You mentioned Kenneth Copeland. Did you know Kenneth Copeland to be involved in any other group besides YSL?
Yes,
What one?
30 Deep.
And what about Shannon Stillwell? Was he involved in any other group besides YSL?
30 Deep as well.
And was Shannon Stillwell and Kenneth Copeland involved with 30 Deep at the same time?
Yes.
Did the relationship, as you observed it personally, between members of the Atlanta Blood Gang and members of what later became YSL, did it remain amicable?
After some time, no.
At what point did you see the relationship between the two groups change at all?
I first noticed late 2014.
Before
I
the
saw
official start of YSL.
members of ABG, If Gang go one way, and then the guys from YSL go their separate, YSL Rock Crew go their separate ways. So as far as when they fell out, I don't know. When I first noticed it.
This absolute moron who calls themselves a gang expert. Now remember, she claimed that she more or less saw nothing for the first years of her being in the gang unit. And all of a sudden, she knows a lot. Thank you, Nana Misty, for your $5 super chat. This is so you can celebrate my birthday on Sunday, Nick. Just like Wednesday. Oh, yeah. Here's the thing. My Sundays are always off. I do not stream on Sundays. I need one free day per week. So, Nana Misty, this is for you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Nana Misty. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, and thank you for your support.
It was late 2014.
When you say go their separate ways, please explain what you're talking about.
The two groups, you would no longer see the two groups hanging with each other. You saw one, the ABG side, If Gang, they were a set of rappers, and then the other side were a set of rappers as well. But you wouldn't see them congregate in videos, hanging out at the nightclubs together. You just didn't see it anymore.
So after you saw us going our separate ways between the two groups, at that time was YSL been established as YSL or Young Sly and Life? Had they begun calling themselves that?
YSL?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Other than a parting of ways, did you see any other interactions or relationship signs between the group ABG or If Gang and YSL?
Relationships?
Any
I'm sorry.
other signs of what the status of their relationship was? That makes sense.
Yeah, it appeared to be some sort of conflict or beef.
Appeared?
When did you first see
That's
signs
vague.
of a conflict or beef between those two groups?
The first time was obviously 2015 when Homicide occurred, but once the homicide occurred, we had to go backwards to kind of try to find a starting point, and that's when we found a bunch of police reports and incidents that occurred that we didn't know were related to.
The confrontation clause, sir. Good check.
Oh, sir.
Go ahead, please.
That we didn't know were actually related to.
So what is presented here
homicide.
right now
So,
is
an incident happened, but we basically essentially worked
testimony.
backwards to try to figure out
Unsupported
the
testimony.
starting point.
That homicide.
Thank you, Hip Hop Press 365, for your $5 super chat. Just for being a cool guy. Yay! Thank you so much. And that brings us to, now I have to do math. 34, so $16 to the spin of the wheel. Thank you so much, Hippo Press.
That you're talking about, who was it that was murdered?
Donovan Thomas.
The Will of Doom.
And was that on January 10th, 2015?
That's the same question. We rephrase.
What day was that?
January 10th, 2015.
And what was it that caused you all to start looking backwards? What happened that got the gang unit involved?
Objection. Yes,
And relevant, sir.
Overruled on both bases.
Of course, he overrules. And daggone 3 gifted 5 memberships. It went to himself, Porcelain Thunder, Rhonda Boxall, Jenna B, and Maria Lima was gifted memberships. You now have access to all my members-only content. That brings us to $49. But I think for the first spin of the day, oh, Teddy O'Hearn took care of it. But I want to see the hiccups. Okay, we are past $50. That means you guys bought yourself a spin on the Wheel of Regrets. Dun 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 dun. It's a vodka shot! Hey! Dun 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 dun. Shot glass. Vodka! Dun 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 dun. No, I will not quit my day job for music because I can't sing, I can't play an instrument. My parents forced me to play the violin when I was a kid, and I made the dog go hide. And that was when they discovered, no, Papa Starow's kid has no music talent. Cheers, and thank you for the gifted memberships, being members, and the super chats. Cheers to you guys. Whew. Yeah, that was good. Nom 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 nom. Oh, I'm so sorry. Now what will happen? Well, I will hide that choice. So for the next spin, it's more probable that it will become a clove of garlic or one of the hot sauces or the wasabi paste. Yeah, these can get spicy. Let's get back to the trial.
Let's start with what got the gang unit involved?
We were immediately notified of the homicide of Donovan Thomas the night that it happened, just based on his involvement with Inglewood family Bloods.
What was Donovan Thomas's involvement with Inglewood family Bloods, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, he was a ranking member of Inglewood family Bloods here in Atlanta.
After he was killed, who was it that reached out to the gang unit within the Atlanta Police Department? Was it the lead investigator or something else?
Homicide unit. I'm sorry.
Overruled, sir.
Go ahead.
The homicide unit reached out the night that it occurred.
And were you one of the ones that they reached out to, or was it just the gang unit in general?
I was one of the ones that they, I believe it was Investigator Thorpe reached out to.
Were there any other members of the gang unit that homicide reached out to?
They knew Investigator Dennis and I were partners, and we worked really close together. So Investigator Dennis was also notified.
You said that Donovan Thomas was a ranking member of the Inglewood Family Club?
To my knowledge.
What does it mean to?
Hold on. I sustained the question. I sustained the question as to form.
What does it mean to be a ranking member of a gang?
That you have some level of authority within the gang.
And the term big homie, as you understood it to me, did that have significance?
Big
within
homie.
gang culture?
Big homie will be referred to as someone that's well respected within the gang.
What did you do once you got word from Homicide that Donovan Thomas had been murdered?
To a reasonable amount of certainty, I believe it happened on a Sunday and I was off. I came into work. There was a witness there, I guess telling his side of the story to Homicide, and he had requested
Not
for
even her,
myself
her
and investigator
answers
Dennis to
are
come in.
And by he, are you talking
competent.
about the lead detective? Thor,
This
or
is
the-
so
The
bad.
The witness.
And I must say that it actually is good for the defense by now.
Do you recall where it was that Donovan Thomas had been murdered?
One of the reasons is they have already heard the exact same type of testimony from Detective Belknap. It's so bad. It's so bad. And either the prosecution has identified the jurors as morons, or this is as good as it gets.
In other words, what area of the city?
Yes, it was on McDaniel Street, just south of Northside Drive.
And what part of the city would you classify that as? Mechanicsville, Summerhill?
And YouTube says
I think it's more or less on the lines of Castleberry Hills, but it's just on the opposite side of I-20, which
Yeah.
separates
I will not
Castleberry from
make a
Mechanicsville.
dime in ad revenue from this stream.
And the person
And I
who,
don't, first, because I don't have ads on, as you might have noticed. The ads are for replay crew, those who, show up late. But if YouTube decides, yay, we're not happy with how you speak and how you act or words that are said, they say, no ads for you. And we are at that point. So, but I really don't care. I mean, I'm $54. I mean, it's not even minimum salary, but I would probably be doing this anyway. But thank you so much for supporting my channel. The gifted memberships, the memberships, and the occasional super chat, that is what keeps this channel afloat and cover all the costs of it. Thank you so much.
forward on the
Oh,
99
crap.
Thomas
Brandon
report
is here.
Without saying what they said, who was that person?
Kenneth Copeland.
Did you and Dennis speak with Kenneth Copeland that night?
Brandon, do you have something out there that knows when I show the Wheel of Regrets? Do you? I think, yeah. We are currently $46 away from the next spin of the Wheel of Regrets in Super Chat or gifted memberships, or let's say $38 via PayPal. And then I thought about what Brandon said on Wednesday, that since PayPal takes less of a cut than YouTube does, I'm in, if it's $50 on YouTube, it should be less on PayPal. So $40 on PayPal equals $50 on Bam! Thank you for $5. Now we're up to $59 in total on YouTube's, which is 41 away, which in lawyer math. I've had 3 beers and a shot. Thinking with the wallet finally. Yeah, so let's just say $40 per spin on the Wheel of Regrets via PayPal, or $50 on the YouTubes. I have no idea how long we will keep going or how long this stream, the trial, will continue today. But later today at around 6 p.m. Eastern Time, I will have my finally Friday casual stream. So you will all have opportunities to watch me get even more wasted. Yay!
Yes.
Did you all speak with him later on, again, about similar matters, without talking about what he said?
Thank you so much, ma'am. And the World of Doom. Now my cache memory is full. Let me check if I can do something. No. And here we go. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. They are approaching. They are approaching. You know what that is. You know what that is. Sidebar counter 137. 137 sidebars in this trial combined. Jesus Christ. And somebody just bought a spin on the wheel via PayPal. So it is the Wheel of Regrets. Dun, 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 dun. It's a gin shot. Oh crap. This is what's left of my gin. Aww. And I forgot to get more from the store. I will have gin. Oh, that's a pathetic one. And vodka. Half gin, half hot sauce. No. Not even I'm that stupid. So, vodka and gin. Cheers. That's a mix I don't agree with. Yeah. So I'm hiding that choice. I need to hide the other gin shot because we don't have gin. I will add another vodka shot and another whiskey shot. There. No. Let me remove that. You need to have more chances to see me suffer from hot sauces. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. Thank you so much. And for you who didn't want to be doxxed. Let's get back to the trial. Oh. There is Miss Love. Still, that's a long ass sidebar. Let's see. And the picture of the ceiling.
Yes, ma'am.
You're talking about the person that came forward the night that Donovan Thomas was murdered.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there anyone in particular that interviewed Lieutenant Copeland? And I don't want you to say that Lieutenant Copeland said.
Yes, ma'am.
Who?
Detective Thorpe, myself, and Investigator Dennis.
And were you Detective Thorpe and Investigator Dennis in a particular location at the time that you interviewed him?
Atlanta Police Headquarters.
And where in?
Thank you for being here, Teddy. Thank
In
you.
other words, were you in an interview room?
Yes.
or the lobby?
An interview room.
How many times did you all interview him that night?
Not certain. At the very least, 2.
And did that involve him getting up and leaving and coming back, or somebody leaving out the room and coming back? How did that work?
I can't recall at this moment.
Okay. Other than Mr. Copeland, that night, did you all interact with anyone else about the Donovan Thomas murder?
I personally didn't.
Did Donovan Thomas have any particular nickname?
Yes.
What was that nickname?
Nut or Big Nut.
Once you
Big nut.
heard from Kenneth Copeland, what concerns did you have that you thought were worth looking further into as it related to the murder of Donovan Thomas?
As it related to the murder, he kind of gave us insight on
Yes, no, that would be.
Vagueness. Hearsay. Stupid.
After he came down, Mr. Copeland, what did you all set out to do as it relates to the investigation of the Donovan Thomas murder? What did you all do specifically?
specifically for the murder. Investigator Thorpe was the lead detective. Investigator Dennis and I began to try to find the backstory of incidents that occurred prior to the homicide of Mr. Thomas.
Seriously, this is so bad.
Going back and looking at incidents that occurred before Donovan Thomas was killed?
No, there were other members within the gang unit. That was a hot case that was going on. So there were other members within the gang unit.
This is so
And when
vague.
you said that was a hot case that was going on, were all the gang unit members working on that case during that time? Were
Of
all the
course
gang
you do.
unit investigators and officers working on that case at that time?
Not all of us. There was several of us working on the case.
You personally, what did you do to start looking into the Donovan Thomas murder? What was one of the first acts that you did?
After receiving some information, I began to look for calls for service, which are 911 calls placed, I believe starting from October 2014 up until the date of Mr. Thomas being killed, which was January.
Was there a particular area that you were looking for 911 calls related to?
Yes, areas that were told by us, by Mr. Copeland, as well as known shooting locations from previous police reports or crime analysis reports.
And how far back did the shootings that you were looking for go as it related to January 10th, 2015? How far back? Did the shooting incident that you were looking at start in October of 2014?
Beer.
Did you look for any shootings before October 2014?
That was my starting point, was October.
I mean,
What particular locations did you look for shootings at? Like address wise or business wise?
around Cleveland
There were
Avenue?
locations that Mr. Copeland gave us that we looked at.
Apart from anything Mr. Copeland said, after speaking to Mr. Copeland, incidents related to what?
I don't know about you guys. Here's the thing. This witness might have been prepared by the prosecutor. I can't wait for cross-examination. Will it happen today? I have no idea, but I can guarantee you, if it's today or Monday or Tuesday, I don't care. I'm going to live stream that cross-examination. You all have seen Mr. Steele, Mr. Schott, Mr. Weinstein, and the others when they smell blood. They will ruin this witness. I can almost guarantee it. Here's the thing. I would ruin this witness. You could take a guy from the street, give him a 15-minute breakdown on how to perform a cross-examination, and that guy would ruin this witness. But we still have to go through this amazingly, I almost said an R word, incompetent witness.
particular locations, and let me be clear. Are you familiar with?
You are 10 minutes behind.
I am
Where's
but-
Club Crucial located?
2500 block of Donnelly Holloway Parkway.
We will
or
catch up.
Bankhead Highway.
What kind of business is Club Crucial back in January 15,
Ooh.
2015?
Adam
nightclub.
should lead. Yeah,
What
That
were
would
its
be
hours of
interesting.
operation?
good choice, Vamp. Good choice.
I'm not certain, but it was open at least until 2:30 a.m.
Was it open every day of the week?
It's not certain.
She didn't say she was.
I'll-
Was it open every day of the week?
To the best of my knowledge, it was.
Did any special events like fights or, things like that happen at Club Crucial?
Yes.
And what type of special events occurred at Club Crucial?
Monday nights were fight night, which was two ladies would get in the ring and box.
Did that event draw patrons from groups that you were already familiar with? Specifically, did that event draw patrons that were members of YSL?
It did.
Did that event draw patrons that were members of IFA?
It did.
And how far back were those fight nights rather happening in October of 2014?
They were.
So
To your
people
knowledge,
gathered
did IFA members and
watching
YSL members appear to go to
UFC
those clubs
or
at the same time, those
mixed
fights
martial
at the
arts
same
or
time?
boxing.
And basis of knowledge.
How the flaming fuck is that relevant? Everybody watches those. Oh, well, not everybody, but
Were there ever times where YSL members and IFA members were in there at the same time?
Objection, ask and answer.
When were IFA members and YSL members there at the same time?
The popular night was Monday nights.
this is so
Was
stupid.
there any particular name for that night?
Fight night.
And what was it that you really looked into that occurred in October 2014? that you
I
thought
have
had
no
some
idea if
significance
she's an
to
expert or fact
2009?
witness.
Shots fired.
Yesterday they proffered her as a fact as an expert witness. I checked the rest of the day. I couldn't see a cross-examination, which means that okay, it might be a tactic from the defense to not proffer her, make an objection, and then ruin her on cross-examination. But at the moment, it's a mix between fact witness and expert witness because the judge is a spineless coward who allows this charade to continue. I don't care that he is former military. I don't care he reached a rank few others have. In this moment in time, he is a spineless coward who are scared to make a ruling. A proper ruling based on actual law and good statutes.
Calls, aggravated assault, shooting calls, any type of damage to property calls, caused by gunfire.
Yesterday, the prosecution said that she didn't want to be on camera because reasons. She's retired from the police force. And I mean, retired. She joined the Atlanta Police Department in 2000, and apparently she got the F out in 2020. I don't know if that is enough years to get retirement, or if she got the option to retire voluntarily, or get the off your fuck motion towards her, or we will fire you. I have no idea.
Did you find any
Frankly, I
from
don't care.
October 2014?
Yeah.
There were no statements made, Your Honor. We're asking if she found any calls.
Stop testifying, prosecution.
What?
Oh, for fuck's
With a reasonable amount of certainty, we did.
You mentioned damage to property calls. What type of damage to property?
Damage caused by gunfire.
I reached.
Damage to
I
whether it was a
lost
vehicle
count
or a
in the-
house.
For fuck's
Were there
sake,
instances where people were
counter
actually shot?
within
Those
the
persons
first
that you're
month
looking
of
into?
this trial.
Your Honor, I'm not asking you. You may answer.
No, if a person was actually shot, it would be classified as an aggravated assault if they live, but this was just, if no persons were injured, it was just the damage to whatever property.
Did those damage to property calls that you began looking into after the Diamond Thomas murder have any connection with the damage to property calls that we talked about yesterday that you began looking closer at once you gained a better understanding of certain gang activity?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The damage to property calls that we found when you started looking into the Donovan Thomas murder,
Mhm.
had they been investigated?
No, they hadn't.
And was there more than one damage to property call? In other words, was there only one shooting at a house or were there multiple shootings?
No, ma'am, there were at the very least 10.
And what time frame have these shootings been reported?
From October up until January the 10th.
October 14th to January 10th, 2015?
October 2014 up until that time frame of January the 10th.
Where were these cases when you started looking for them within
We
8
are 11 minutes behind.
So where were they?
Going up.
They hadn't
to
been, they just were reports generated that were in Central Records.
Had an investigator been assigned to them?
So we catch
No.
up.
Had they been generated from 911 calls?
Correct.
And hello over a drop.
Ammunition being
Hello
collected at the site?
Sidify.
It was.
Hello Ghostly.
Some
and
of them,
all
yes.
the others.
And was the ammunition
And
consistent
hello
with
to
showcases or anything like that?
Yes, it
Jesus
was.
Christ. 230 people over in
Or
Twitters.
these places that have been.
Have you
damaged
all
for their
pressed
own
the heart
people?
thingy over at Twitters?
Yes, residences,
If you haven't,
single family
then
homes,
do
apartment
it.
complexes.
Promote me.
Officers would respond to the calls, collect shell casings, and later on is when we found the nexus between a lot of the shootings because the shell casings were matching different scenes.
These are all incidents that you're talking about that occurred prior to January 2015, January 10th, 2015. Were there any property damage calls that were investigated related to the Donovan Thomas murder that occurred after January 10th, 2015?
Yes,
Do you know how many?
there was a lot. Roughly the very next day after Mr. Thomas's murder, we began to get drive-by shootings left and right. I mean, they were coming in at a very high speed.
And did the drive-by shootings involve anyone associated with either YSL or IF gang?
That would be on the case law.
No, no, I'm not asking what you stated.
Yeah.
Ruling.
As you,
For you who are new to this and are here because, oh, that Judge Glanville really told the prosecutor. That was a unicorn. Judge Glanville is a coward and a spineless one. No matter the inexcusable misconduct from the prosecutor, he will do nothing about it. He is as much part of the prosecution team as any of the official prosecutors.
investigated these shootings, were the persons involved associated with either IF gang or YSL?
The victims, or
Both, just in either capacity.
yeah, we would see residents of both sides, YSL and IF gang, their family members or friends or locations where they were known to frequent. We would see retaliatory shootings at both residences. We would also receive shooting calls of the wrong residence, which was directly next door to a location that we knew to be involved with a YSL or IF gang member. So there was not only just those people, but there were also people that had nothing to do with regular citizens whose property was being damaged.
During the time that you all were looking into the Donovan Thomas murder, were you all looking at any social media or anything like that to get more intelligence about the two groups you were investigating?
Yeah, we were.
What types of social media sites were you looking into during that time?
Mainly Instagram. There was some Twitter. I'm not super familiar with Twitter, but my main tool was Instagram.
And without getting into the specifics of what any one particular post said, did you find any information that you were able to then use in your investigation on these social media sites?
In relation to the actual murder or all of the events occurring around the murder?
In relation to the conflict between IF gang and YSL?
Yeah, so we had posts from both sides that, just
Generally speaking,
I'm sorry, that's the evidence rule. Hearsay.
you can tell the jury.
there were posts from both YSL and also IF gang disrespecting each other online.
Disrespecting or just being snarky?
Were there members of IF gang who were also involved in the music business?
Yes.
Who were some of those members?
YFN Lucci, his real name is Rayshawn Bennett. He was probably the most popular rapper within IF gang. Also Michael Andrews, Anderson, I'm sorry. He was a popular rapper within that group. Rich Homie Quan, I'm not certain of his real name, but that was his rap name. Justin Ushery, who was known as Bloody J. He was also a local rapper within If Gang. I think that's all I can think of at this moment.
Why Benucci?
I have no clue about the evidence of these posts. Early on in this trial, they showed a lot of Twitter posts and stuff, and it was so
I know her as Miss Pretty.
bad.
I can't recall her real name.
Does it name Frida Reed?
Yes, free to read.
Okay. Do you know whether or not
Even
any of the property damage
with preparation with the help of the prosecution, this witness can't
involved the home?
remember things for the. Yeah, it's so bad.
John, I'm not asking him what her, you must say it, I'm asking what she investigated. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Do you know whether or not any of the property damage calls that you investigated following the murder of Diamond Thomas involved the home of Frida?
Yes, her home was targeted several times.
By targeted, how do you?
There were several shooting incidents that occurred at her home.
Do you know whether any property damage occurred to property belonging to Rich Home One, either preceding or following the death of Diamond Thomas in the time frame from October through January of 2015?
I'm not certain.
Yeah, time for music. This is boring.
Was there any type of concerted investigation started by the Manhattan Police Department as a result of the murder of Diamond Thomas? Did the Manhattan Police Department work with any other agencies to investigate the murder of Diamond Thomas?
Yes, we did.
What agencies did you all work with?
U.S. Marshals Service worked with the ATF, which is Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Bureau. We have an analyst from the GBI, Georgia Bureau of Investigations,
What type of analysts?
crime analyst.
I wonder why none of these GBI
Analyzed
persons.
crime trends.
wanted to
She
witness
helped
in
us
this
with a lot of charts and
knowledge-
basically putting together.
To my knowledge, nobody from a federal level is called as a witness in this trial. Why is that? Maybe because they don't want to be lying on the stand. Say what you will about the feds, but they might not omit to some things, but lying? Now, I'm not calling this witness a liar. She's just a moron. But there are examples throughout this trial of people who was actively lying on the stand. Want to have an example? Regarding the laundromat incident, they had cops testifying on the stand under oath. There were never a surveillance video. They didn't see a surveillance camera. In the radio traffic provided by the defense, we now know that was a complete lie. Radio traffic from that incident, not only did cops talk about the owner of the laundromat coming in to view the surveillance video footage, they were actually viewing the surveillance camera video at the time. And the same cops who were there lied under oath on the stand about that surveillance camera. In my opinion.
Information which we could read in a cohesive manner. I believe there was an FBI agent as well that assisted us.
Is that something like what was usual since you've been at APD that you work back in the days?
No, that wasn't common.
What type of assistance did ATF, U.S. Marshals, GBI, and FBI give in the investigation of murder and incidents surrounding murder?
Objection, Your Honor, on that question. Also relevance. How old was the state student?
What kind of assistance did you get from ATF in investigating the murder of Diamond Thomas and the murder of Diamond?
Yes. The ATF definitely assisted us with analyzing shell casings, which were placed into NIBIN. So when the shooting occurs and we recover any type of ballistics evidence, the ATF kind of spearheaded our progression with getting the results back in a faster manner. So that was their main focus, was the ballistics evidence, and also if a firearm was recovered, getting analyzed reports on those.
Do you know how many shootings that you investigated following the murder of Diamond Thomas? That would be based on your investigation. Based on your investigation, you were and incidents that occurred after, how many shootings did you determine flow from or happen as a result of the murder of John Thomas?
That's your foundation.
It also speculation.
What did you do to investigate shootings that occurred after John Thomas was murdered on January 10,
I
2000?
might have found a more suitable tune of
Uh,
music.
During investigations, we obviously
Well, I
attempted to
upload.
find surveillance video. The ATF assisted with NIBIN reports to try to link certain scenes with each other. We did numerous cell phone dumps, search warrants of residences, vehicles, made a lot of arrests, interviewed a lot of witnesses and victims. I think that's about it. I'm social media search warrants for direct messages and also posts.
During that time that you were investigating the murder of John Thomas, did you investigate personal fights between members of YSL and members of the
Personal fights,
individual conflicts?
to some degree.
And were there individual conflicts that occurred during your investigation of the murder of John Thomas? Between members
You're saying everyone conflict.
that you investigated?
Can you say the first part again, please?
Were there individual conflicts between a member of YSL and a member of his gang that you investigated during your investigation into the murder of John Thomas?
Yes.
Who were the individual members that you
Investigating.
investigated conflicts?
One in particular was between Mr. Kenneth Copeland, aka Woody, Lil Woody, and the other one was with Kelvin Watts, known as Shell Kel. Kelvin Watts was a member of If Gang and Woody YSL.
When did that conflict occur?
As far as I know, 2014, late 2014, that was kind of the start of all of this, to my knowledge. So late 2014.
Did any other members of YSL get involved in that conflict that occurred?
Once in a while, they get an objection through.
Did
Here's the thing with all the objections. This is purely to preserve it for appeal. Appeal.
Why is the next question?
What time is it? Sidebar counter 138. Oh. Okay.
Were you able to confirm, personally confirm, with the YSL member involved, a YSL member involved, that that conflict actually occurred?
I'm overruling objection.
Of course you are.
Yes.
And did that conflict involve more than one member of YSL?
Yes.
Same ruling, overruled.
And did it involve more than one member of If Gang?
Yes.
Same ruling, overruled.
Who was the other member of If Gang?
Also, hearsay.
Overruled, sir.
Mr. Kelvin Watts?
Yes, other than Kevin Watts. Was Justin Usher involved?
I stand as informed.
Who else was involved that you know of?
The initial beef, I believe his name is Victor Meadows, Rayshawn Bennett.
This is so
Donovan Thomas's
infuriating.
other half brother.
She is testifying about names she heard and supposedly interviewed. None of this has ever been presented so far as evidence. She's just name dropping. It shouldn't be allowed. It shouldn't be anywhere near allowed, even with her as either an expert witness, a fact witness, or a layman person witness. It is so infuriatingly stupid. It should be thrown out. This witness and anything she had said should have been thrown out before she even sat down. It is stupid. But this, ladies and gentlemen, this is the entirety of the prosecution's case. It has nothing to do with quality. It's all about quantity. And the judge allows it. Why? Because he's a spineless coward who more or less sits on the same bench as the prosecution.
What's his name?
What is his name?
I can't think at this moment, but
Oh,
Marquavius
I heard from someone. I can't remember his
Curtis,
name or
yes.
anything.
Is he also called Greedy?
Greedy. Yes.
Is he also called Greedy?
Yes. Marquavius Curtis, aka Greedy.
Uh-huh.
So I can think of at this moment.
Okay. How long did this investigation into the conflict between Young Steinmeier and Dick Gang last?
I retired in 2020 and it was still going on.
What did you say the last part?
I retired in 2020 and the conflict was still occurring at that time.
What were you able to see personally that caused you to say that? the
Thank you,
conflict was
Bryce.
still
See you
going on?
Monday.
Shootings and incident.
That's not personal. Okay.
I'll sustain as a form. Rephrase, please.
What were your personal observations that allowed you to believe that there was more to investigate between, as to the conflict between the gang and why is that?
In 2020, up until 2020,
Yes.
there were still investigations involving different members from both sides shooting at each other. There were fights within the jail.
Not personal observations. Okay. Is it-
I'm over the objection. I think that's what she's testifying to now, so I'm over the objection.
That's my answer.
And I'm going to show you, was there also?
Yeah, I don't care.
Was there anything
I don't
on
need a
social
spin on the
media
wheel.
that
I need
reference that conflict that you saw?
I do remember
Alcohol.
seeing an album cover.
absolute.
There was an album cover of Mr. Williams
This
with
is
reference
so
to bird gang
infuriating.
with a snake going through the
Yeah.
eyes and the head of the bird, which we knew represented.
Yes,
What I do.
there on three.
I'll sustain
She's
it
just
on
attributing things without any type of foundation to it. Anything. It's guesswork.
Overruled, sir.
What information informed you about the album cover that you're looking at when you say the information I need?
Based upon previous police reports and interviews of the police, we knew of the conflict going on between the two groups. The album cover was released to the general public. It just looked like a snake with a bird going through, but there was significance to us and what we knew regarding the two groups that it was a form of disrespect to If Gang, ABG, Bird Gang.
And I'm going to show you what has been marked and already admitted as Defendant's Exhibit 70.
They could dig up a video of bum fights from the 80s and they would still attribute it to YSL. I can guarantee it. It is so infuriatingly stupid. Oh, for fuck's sake, not this pile of garbage again. They went through this months ago. The idiot on the stand back then said that over there was the skull of a crow. Crows don't have beaks like that. You need to be immensely borderline retarded to look at that and claim that that is the skull of a crow or a raven or whatever he said it was. This is so stupid.
Your left arm over your right shoulder. Are you familiar with, have you seen the exhibit that's been admitted as Defendant Williams Exhibit 7?
Yes, I've seen it before.
And how similar or dissimilar is that exhibit to what you were just describing?
Looks like the same image.
You got to see that.
Appears to be the same image.
Thank you.
And what was it, help the jury or help us to understand, when you say that there was a snake going through?
Here's the thing. A supposed gang expert has already testified about that specific mark. Oh, or the crow and the snake. So this is bolstering. Shouldn't be allowed. But the judge is a coward. I would repeat, I don't care if he has the credentials few others have within the military. As of this moment in time, throughout this trial, he's a spineless coward.
A bird? Is that what you said?
The narrative.
What did you say?
I stand objection.
What did you say the percentage was?
Objection, yes, and answer.
I stand objection.
Objection cumulative to prior testimony.
Oh,
Are you able to take the pointer stick above the eagle behind you and just,
Oh, you fucktard. I said 4 quad, YouTubes. Did you just hear what she said? The witness said bird. And if I heard correctly,
are you able to take the pointer stick above the eagle behind you and just,
and there, the absolute unethical bitch tells the witness what it is. Can you point at the eagle above you? You unethical piece of human garbage. Yeah, Wim, I know it's been 3 hours, but YouTube has, let's see here, yeah, limited monetization, so I'm already fucked. So no ad revenue for me for this stream. I haven't put on ads at all during this stream. It's only for the replay crew, but that won't give me anything at this rate. But you guys have been generous to me, so I don't care about the ad revenue. But again, this is so unethical. The witness clearly said bird. When she tried to correct her, they objected. It was sustained. And what does she do? She tells the witness what she was supposed to say. That is unethical as fuck. Why? Because Miss Love does not believe in law, due process, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights. She cares about convictions, no matter how she does it.
Tracy outline what you said is a snake?
This green and black item here. From here going up, out to the head of the snake here.
And is the snake alive or dead?
Objection.
basis.
Speculation.
Overruled.
It looks to be alive and well.
What about the bird? Would you trace the image of the bird?
In the rear of it to here, around to the beak. This would be the eye area.
Here's the thing. They're clearly not alive because it's an image of some artwork. They cannot literally be alive.
Now, is the bird alive or dead?
Objection.
Basis.
That's evidence.
Overruled.
It appears to be decayed, dead.
Okay, thank you.
This is so stupid. It's a fucking image. Alive or dead? No. I mean, as most guys my age, of course, I have a dagger and a snake and a skull. It doesn't mean that the snake killed the... It's so unimmensely stupid. Unimmensely stupid.
Now, the snake that we just saw, was there any significance to its color in your investigation into that conflict that you described?
YSL members and associates identified with the color green, which represents Islam.
You talked about Rich Homie Quan. Did he do music as well?
Yes.
And did you know him at some point to do music with the defendant Jeffrey Willis?
Yes.
Was that prior to or before October 2014?
I believe it was roughly around the same time. Definitely 2014. Not sure exact date.
Was it, so is it before January 10th?
2015?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever notice a parting of ways between those two?
Objection, hearsay, confrontation clause, speculation,
Did you,
beyond the scope
I
of
can
the
rephrase.
knowledge.
Overruled as to all your basis of objection, Mr. Steele.
Did you ever notice a parting of ways between Rich Homie Quan
Foundation,
and defendant
Here's
Jeffrey
the-
Willis?
Based on the question, overruled.
Yes,
At what time?
maybe mid 2015. Spring, summer.
What did you see personally that reflected that parting of ways?
I'm gonna ask for foundation on what hearsay.
I'll stand the question, Mr. Forum. You can rephrase.
You personally observed signs of that parting of ways.
Object.
Overrule the objection.
I personally observed any signs of the breakup.
The parting of ways. Did you ever see them?
Objection to the witness not be allowed to answer the question.
Let her finish answering the question, Mr. Lawyer.
Yes, Patty B, the defense
Objection to the question.
lawyers are raising
Overruled.
legitimate objections because I don't believe this witness is anywhere close to being an expert witness. She is now testifying about things she never witnessed. She is making an interpretation, which is speculation, which in the judge's description to the jury, she is not allowed to speculate or rephrase. If they believe she is speculating based on nothing, they can disregard it or something of the sort. But at the same time, the judge is overruling every type of objection regarding speculation, which tells the jury, oh, she's not speculating. That is the jury looking at the judge and the judge more or less giving them the order to take her word as definite truth. And that is why I keep saying it. The judge is as much part of the prosecution as Miss Love and Miss Hilton.
Myself and my unit, we were obviously monitoring both sides, the parties, including media outlets that made it known of.
That would be hearsay. I would object to the outlets.
And
I'll sustain the objection.
we're talking about what?
Objection to speaking.
She's responding to me, Mr. Steele.
Objection to speaking.
She's responding to me. Overruled. Sit down, please.
The witness is
Jesus
testifying about what she
fucking
relied
Christ.
on.
What you elicited is speculation. So I'll sustain that, but you can rephrase it.
Did you ever see the two perform again after that time together?
Never. Go
Your
foundation.
Honor,
Overruled, sir.
did you ever see defendant Jeffrey Williams perform with Rich Homie Quan after that time?
No, I didn't.
When Lynn says, so when the defense finally gets to the case in chief, how many of the objections from the state will be sustained? I would assume all but 3.
When you spoke about seeing things in social media, were the social media posts that you saw always obvious messages to someone else?
I sustain the question.
Was it always apparent, the meaning behind what you were reading?
Objection.
I sustain the question.
I'll rephrase. Have you heard references to have you heard references in YSL songs released by members of YSL to persons who are a member of IFGAN after the death of Diamond House?
The hearsay is too vague.
Your Honor, if she herself has heard it and can speak.
Oh,
from her-
I'll sustain the objection. You probably need to relay a little more foundation right now.
Did you begin to monitor, as you began to monitor social media, what did you see that, did anything at all, that referred to or related to conflict between YSL and IFGAN?
Call for hearsay.
Overruled, sir.
Yes, sir.
Overruled. Overruled, sir.
Immediately after the shooting of, the murder of Mr. Thomas, when another shooting would occur, we would see members from both gangs posting disrespectful messages towards each other, tagging each other in posts, just so the other person would know that they're speaking on them. I do recall a post of, just as an example, a member of YSL was driving on the highway
It's
and
about
members of If Gang
preserving
shot his
for the
vehicle,
record.
basically chased him down. The
Or
following day,
appeals.
members of If Gang posted, just had a shootout on the highway.
But too many objections can be judged, can make the jury see them in a bad light. But there are so many things objectionable about this witness and her testimony. It's ridiculous.
She's speaking about.
How old the objection, sir?
The member of If Gang made a post of five of those guys. They were standing there pointing a firearm at the camera, and the caption was just had a big shootout on the highway. What was his name? Lil Spaz hanging out the window, letting it ride sideways, which means he was hanging out the window shooting a firearm.
Oral, sir.
And that's exactly what the victim / member of YSL stated happened. The person was hanging out of the window shooting an assault rifle at him.
And who is Lil Spaz? What was that person's real name?
Oh, geez, Adrian. Dalavante Fleetwood.
Was If Gang called up? Did they still refer to themselves as If Gang further into?
I stand objection to the form.
I have to finish this question. Yeah.
Rephrase it, just what you're.
Do you know whether If Gang referred to themselves as If Gang later on, past 2015? Or did the Atlanta Police Department recognize any other names that If Gang members began to call themselves?
To my knowledge, we knew them as Inglewood Family Bloods. Some members refer to themselves as Haiti Gang.
Was there ever a time where you became aware of anyone calling themselves YFN as a group?
Yes,
And when was that?
roughly 2016, I can recall.
And what were the members of YFN? First of all, was YFN a group that the gang unit classified as a gang
Objections, what do can you classify?
based
I
on
sustain that question as the form.
based on your experience and your personal observations? Was YFN a gang?
That's beyond jurisdiction, that's not.
Mr. Steele, overruled.
You may answer.
Was YFN a gang?
Yes.
Yes.
Did it have a head as far as you can see?
A leader?
Yes.
One of the most notable persons was the rapper YFN Lucci.
And have you investigated gang conflicts that spanned the size and length of time that the conflict between YSL and If Gang spanned since that time?
Relevant.
Overruled, sir. Overruled.
As I previously stated, I mean, to my knowledge, it was
I stand.
Yeah, she was. She might not ask another question.
Shut up, Miss Love. Shut
No,
up.
go on. Rephrase the question, it's fine.
Okay, you go ahead.
the beef hadn't stopped when I left the department in 2020, so I personally hadn't seen anything like it. It had not stopped. Yes, ma'am.
During 2015, while you were looking into, did you call it, did you think of it as a war, gang war?
Objection, Your Honor.
I stand the question.
During 2015, as you were looking into the back and forth between YSL and If Gang, did you investigate crimes that were committed by YSL members against people besides If Gang members?
That was a significant spree of retaliatory shootings between the two groups.
Were you at all involved with a shooting involving a young man by the name of Dexter Montgomery?
Yes.
How did you become involved in that shooting? Hold on one second. Backing up, let me just ask this question. Did that shooting involve persons who you had already determined were members of YSL?
Yes.
The determination.
I stand as the form.
Did that shooting involve Walter Murphy?
Yes.
Was Walter Murphy YSL at the time?
Yes.
That shooting involved Trevor?
Yes.
Trevor YSL at the time?
Yes.
We are not completely caught up yet, so I'm playing in 1.5 speed. So that's
involved
why people might
person
sound a bit
called
chirpier
Mark, whose
than
actual name
usual.
is Demise Mullen,
Yes,
and was Demise Mullen who I sell at the time.
yes.
Now, when you became involved in investigating that shooting, did you actually speak to people who came forward as victims?
Yes.
Do you recall who all you spoke to?
Spoke to D'Angelo White.
Did he speak to you willingly?
Let's stay in the question.
Were you able to observe his demeanor?
Yes,
And were you able to understand the words that he said to you?
for the most part.
And based on your interactions with human beings, did he appear eager to speak to you?
Objection, Your Honor. That's also speculation. Oh, sir.
I'll just start. Was he willing to speak to you?
Yes, he spoke to us.
Did he want to be seen talking to you?
No.
Did you do anything to assuage his concerns about wanting to be seen talking to you?
Yes,
Did you ask him to look at his photographs?
yes.
Did he willingly look at the photographs?
Yeah, looked at him.
Did you force him to talk to you?
Did not.
Did you force him to look at the photographs?
No.
What did you do to ease his concerns about being seen talking to you?
We first told him that we would pick him up at whatever location of his choosing, just so, no one would see him talking to the police. We were in an unmarked vehicle, so that was a major concern of his. He didn't want to be, seen talking to the police. So driving to his location that he chose as discreetly as we could. Like I said, we were in jeans and a t-shirt and an unmarked car.
And did he direct you to the location where the shooting took place?
Yes,
Did he direct you to the location where he had been prior to the shooting?
yes.
And who was in the car with you when he was doing all that directing?
Investigator Dennis and Investigator Edwards
And you?
and myself.
Were you driving?
More than likely, yeah,
And where was D'Angelo White seated?
in the front
We're
seat.
only 3 minutes behind now, so soon this will be played in
Before you
normal
spoke to
speed.
D'Angelo White, have you obtained
Damn.
any kind of footage from the gas station where he had been arrested?
I did.
And do you remember how it was that you got that footage?
I don't think retired cops can become expert witnesses through an LLC or whatever. But I'm actually quite certain this particular witness does not get paid, except her, I don't know, as more than she got as a retired cop. Because I can't for the life of me see how anybody would actually pay for her testimony. Jesus Christ, this is stupid.
I requested it from the initial detective that was handling the case. I don't believe he gave it to me, so our Homeland Security unit got a copy of the video and left it on my desk.
All right. I'm going to show you. Did you get a chance to look at that surveillance?
I did.
Did that footage consist of cameras from more than one angle?
Yes,
Did you look at that footage or show any images of that footage to D'Angelo White?
I don't believe I did.
Did you show any images of that footage to Walter Murphy?
Yes,
When you first saw the footage, did you know who all was in the footage? Did you know the people that were in the video?
when I first saw the video, I recognized 3 individuals:
Which three?
Walter Murphy, Kelvin Treadwell, and Rodney Allison.
And what, if anything, did you know about Rodney Allison as it pertains to his relationship with Kelvin Treadwell and Walter Murphy?
I knew he was associated with them. I hadn't had any personal interactions with him, just, kind of hearing his name and different things. But I knew what he looked like.
And how did you know about Kelvin Treadwell at that time? How did you recognize him?
The same thing, no personal interactions with him, but just through many investigations, just from Donovan Thomas's homicide until that point in April. His image was, around guys that we were investigating. So we tried to make it a point to identify, if we were to see a picture with 6 guys, we would try to identify all 6 people in the photographs, just for future references.
And did you, during your investigation, also have an opportunity to speak with Dexter Montgomery?
I stand in objection.
I don't think I asked about Dexter Montgomery at all.
Oh, I apologize.
All right, I'll overrule my objection, or the objection.
Did
Okay,
you
it's
have an
withdrawn.
opportunity,
It's withdrawn, go ahead.
did you have an opportunity during your investigation to speak with Dexter Montgomery?
I did,
Where did you speak with Dexter Montgomery?
at his residence.
And how long after the shooting did you speak with him?
It was several months, approximately 3.
Why were there several months between the shooting occurred and you spoke with
the victim in that case?
From the time that I learned about the incident, I believe close to a month had passed. And also,
You were in the gang unit. There was a shooting where somebody got half his skull shot off, and you didn't learn it until a month later. That's an incompetent gang unit. Jesus Christ, this is stupid.
Mr. Montgomery was recovering in the hospital from his injuries.
But did Mr. Montgomery speak with you willingly about what he remembered?
He did.
Who else, if anyone, did you speak with about this incident? Who were in the truck with Mr. Montgomery?
The driver, Cornelius, I don't recall his last name. Christian James, I believe he was a passenger in the vehicle. And another gentleman, Terrio or Terrion, something. If you say so, sound about right. I believe I spoke with him as well. And Mr. White, I don't know if I said D'Angelo White. And excuse me, you said in the vehicle or in relation to the incident?
First I said in the vehicle. So
Okay. I'm sorry.
Were those all the people that you spoke to?
I spoke to Miss Tina Clark.
Okay.
She was in a vehicle.
Your Honor,
Go ahead.
actually, based on what the witness saw, I think she can testify.
I'll overrule the objection, sir. She's just gonna testify to what she saw. It's fine.
Tina Clark, she was in a vehicle with Mr. Treadwell, Mr. Allison, prior to the shooting.
And who else did you speak with?
Of course, Walter Murphy. That's all I can think of at this moment.
How many times did you speak with Walter Murphy?
For this incident,
Yes.
3.
Did Walter Murphy tell you? Did
Now
Walter
we're
Murphy tell you
going
the same
to.
account of
Oh, now she's going to blah 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 impeach Mr. Murphy. Here's the thing. I don't even believe in her ability to walk, let alone testify about impeachment.
events each time that you spoke with him?
Some details were different, but for the most part, his story was rather consistent.
When was the first time?
Hello, Mr. Jingles.
Did you
Let's
see
show
the
you to the
Walter Murphy
audience.
in July of
Hello.
2000?
Hello.
Yes.
And when you spoke with them?
Oh,
were you
be
the only
cuddly.
one in the room
Please,
or was
Mr.
there someone
Jingles,
else?
be cuddly.
In July,
Or no. Ow.
it's myself and Investigator Edwards.
Was that the first time that you spoke with Walter Murphy about business?
Yes.
And at that time, did you have the surveillance footage from the gas station? That
Yeah.
incident that we began at?
Yes.
And had you seen Walter Murphy by that time in the surveillance footage?
Yes.
What did you see as it relates to Walter Murphy? What did you see him doing in the video?
This is
I
bolstering
observed
because
him
they have
exit the
already
passenger
seen
side of a
this
white Dodge
and
Nitro.
heard this multiple times.
He exited the vehicle with a large assault rifle in his hand. He first went to the front door where Mr. Treadwell, Mr. Allison, and another gentleman, I'm unaware of his name, were standing. He was basically telling them to come outside, like waving to him to come outside. Mr. Murphy then ran towards the vehicle the victim, Mr. Montgomery, was in, and he was pointing the weapon at him several times. He would walk back to the front of the store, then he'll run back to the victim's vehicle, pointing assault rifle at them.
How many times did you see anybody from the victim's vehicle point anything at Walter Murphy?
No,
Was Walter Murphy the only one pointing guns at the victim's vehicle?
it wasn't.
Who else did you see pointing guns at the victim's vehicle?
Demise McMillan, aka Nard.
What kind of gun did Demise McMullen point at the victim's vehicle?
He also had an assault rifle.
Is there any other term you heard used to describe assault rifle?
AKs, a stick, chopper.
And the gun that Walter Murphy had, was it a handgun or chopper or stick?
It was a stick, assault rifle.
How many times did Demise McMullen point that assault rifle he had at the victim's vehicle?
John, I'm gonna just, that's actually.
Overrule, sir.
John, the witness is not.
Overrule, sir. If it's the best evidence objection, it's overruled.
Okay, improper late testimony.
Overrule, sir.
Your Honor, what I'll do is actually withdraw the last question, and I'm gonna go ahead and show you we're not gonna play this, we're gonna just pull up the first screen of defense. Stillwell Exhibit 9.
All right.
Showing you on the screen, still shot of defense S Exhibit 9 at the time marker 01841. Are those images that you recognize from the surveillance footage that you got from the
Yes.
I'm gonna now show to you what we have marked as state's exhibits.
And here we watch it again.
100 Bravo Bravo, copy of which has been provided to the defense. And on the flip
Oh,
side,
shut up.
but I will show them just so that they know what we're showing you each time.
All right.
It's the thumb drive. These are the files.
Just the image. Yes, is that what you're saying?
But this is how you got it. You all put that together.
What I'm saying is these files.
There's four files.
There's four files.
Let me show you.
Okay, we are actually just a few seconds from actual live. So we're soon to be back to normal speed. Damn it. I really like this trial much better in 1.5 speed, so we get through it faster. Ugh.
You can go ahead and check this.
And we
Counsel, while you're doing that, ladies and gentlemen, have it on good authority. Somebody needs to take a comfort break. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll recess for 10 minutes and we'll come back. Okay? All rise.
All right, folks. This is what's going to happen. We are up to normal speed, 10-minute comfort breaks. That means, as you all know, at least about half an hour. And I can't be bothered. Yes, of course I can. But here's the thing. There's about an hour left. I will do the rest on Monday before Monday's trial starts. So it will be a recap. Hopefully we will get to cross-examination of this absolute clusterfuck idiot of a witness. And then it may become even remotely interesting. Because this is so stupid. This is so immensely stupid. What I'm going to do is I'm going to redirect you to my Finally Friday stream. It starts in an hour and 50 minutes. So you all can have your afternoon tea, a snack, whatever's, go buy some beers, and then you will join me for a casual stream with the guests, with Snark, with other trials, other cases, or just random stuff. Just us hanging out around the kitchen table, having fun. I think we deserve that after this absolute clusterfuck of a week of trial. So I'm going to get myself something to eat and prepare and everything. So that is what's going to happen. Thank you all for being here. Join me in a little under 2 hours for my Finally Friday stream. Hug your family, folks. Unless your family is shit, then fuck them and give your love to the people who deserve it, okay? I see you later. Bye-bye.